Hello and welcome to round 7 of the Qatar Masters Open. And guess what? It is the final part of this event. And the clock is ticking down as the players, well, they have to make that last minute dash to the final line. And what do we have? We have 4 players right at the top with 5 points out of 6. But guess what? There are no fewer than 8 players just trailing half a point behind them. Well, with 3 rounds to go, anything can and will happen. I'm your host, International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure, as always, to be calling all the action alongside International Master Irene Sukandar and our Grandmaster in the corner, Evgenij Miroshnichenko. And guys, 3 rounds to go. It's the final part of this event. Anything can happen. What do you think?
I'm feeling a bit sad that this, we're approaching the end of the event because I felt like we just started yesterday.
3 more rounds to go, so not the end yet. I felt like saying, let the game begins. Begin, right? I mean, well, you've all been waiting for these 3 rounds. As I think, I've mentioned this yesterday, like it doesn't matter how you play the first 6, you score some points. And at the finishing line, well, 3 out of 3 pretty much guarantees you win the event. No one was able to build up such a lead that, 50% will get him there. So all the players, even at the very top, they are looking for more wins, wins.
And, I mentioned that there were 4 players in the lead, all on 5 points out of 6, 8 players, 4.5 points out of 6. But then there's a whole group of people on 4 points that could, with 3 wins, actually make some serious impact on the tournament standings. And talking about tournament standings, let's have a look at today's pairings. And, well, in big news yesterday, Magnus Carlsen, with his victory with the black pieces against Samant, he did join the group on 4.5 points out of 8, and he is playing Carakan Morali. Carakan is a very aggressive, very tactical player, and game 2 is also very exciting. Magsudlu facing off against Hikaru Nakamura, both players in a fighting mood. And, well, on boards 3 and 4, we have the tournament leaders. Yakuboev playing a fascinating endgame yesterday, now faces off against an in-form Arjun Eragaisi, and Sunilduth Narayanan, who was the sole leader yesterday, now he's in joint shad, is facing off against Sindarov. Any other matchups that catch your eye?
Right, I think if you pay attention to board 6, this little Uzbekistan versus India match continues, right? So we have Pranav against Abdusatorov. Kaidanov is up there, to my surprise, there on board 8. Well, arguably, I think he's the oldest participant.
I'm not sure, but yeah, he certainly would be one of the oldest participants.
Probably in the A group, yeah, because I saw one of also a very strong veteran in the B group. But yeah, I think in the A group, Kaidanov is the oldest participant here.
Right, and board 9, my fellow streamer Alexander Shimanov faces Vladimir Fedoseev, who's on 4 out of 6, but not with the usual route that you would expect from one of the top favorites, right? Like winning a few games and then making a couple of draws or something. Fedoseev started with 2 losses. So now he's on track of 4 consecutive wins, but in order to be to bring some impact to the very top, he needs to win more. He needs to win, I want to say, 3 more games, which is very hard to do.
It is very hard to do, and let's take a look at the boards 11 down to 20. See what other juicy matchups we have in store for you today. And again, some big names. We see, Jumabayev, who's been at the top of the table. He's on 4 points facing off against Robbie Kevlishvili. And we also see on board number 19, Vaishali, who is having the tournament of her life. I think you mentioned, Irene, that she was gaining 19 points.
Yeah, despite the loss yesterday. Yeah, imagine if she didn't lose or even won that game. And with 3 rounds to go, I'm very, very confident that Vaishali will be able to get her last GM norm.
Well, she does have a tough opponent in 17-year-old Aditya Mittal. So this is exciting. This is where nerves matter, where form plays an important role. And, of course, you got to be tactically sharp. I mean, when it comes to these final rounds, what do you expect from the players? Do you expect them to kind of go aggressive on the board?
I think towards the 3 rounds, the finishing line, I think players are just going to be very solid. It's very important, actually, to not lose any game. So I think this is also what the players have in mind. You never know how the games will unfold. It can be positional, it can be tactically, but you also have to bear in mind that you shouldn't lose any 3 games in the last leg of the tournament. So maybe we will see some games where white or black were better, but they don't want to take any risk. And also energy level is very important. So maybe by having a short draw, they will have more energy for the last 2 rounds. You never know. Many people have different strategies.
Yes, and you mentioned short draw there, Irene, but it's actually not so easy to orchestrate a short draw because draw offers are not allowed to move past 30. And we saw the handshake from the players, and
E4? Do we expect E4 from Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah.
I think it is E4.
E4, I mean, Carakan has a very sharp tactical style. You know, he's very well prepared. I'm expecting Magnus just to continue with the strategy of playing very tense, full of minor pieces, middle game, and just keep putting pressure on his opponents. And E4, E5 played.
Yeah. On the subject of short draws, I hope you don't mind me disagreeing, because, obviously for the leaders, it's one thing, and you might be cautious. But for those of, say, on 4 points out of 6, the price structure is such that the first prize kind of eats a big chunk of a prize fund. So if you are ambitious, that's perhaps where you start pushing, like straight from today, because it's a big difference in money price.
Yes.
2.5 at the 3, and might not be that big of a difference if it's like less than 3 points. 2.5, 2 might not make such a big difference. So we'll see. I mean, I know some ambitious players, here as well as like from the very elite, who say that as long as I have mathematical chance for the first place, I'm playing for the first place.
That's a very important point. You know, first prize is $25,000, and also, just imagine what kind of a reputation you would have if you managed to win an Open ahead of Magnus Carlsen, world number 1, world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri. I mean, this is life-changing stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, this tournament is very. It's so many stars in this tournament, and you can say if you win the tournament, you're ahead of many world champions, because, well, we know Hikaru is the official random world champion, and even though Magnus Carlsen is not the current world champion, but
it matters something.
It matters a lot. having world number 1 and former triple world champions in the field, so it's feeling good. And we also have Abdusattorov Nordirback, right? Also the former World Rapid champion.
Yeah, he won that title at the age of 17, breaking the Guinness Book of Records there. And, okay, the games are off, showtime. So let's take a deep dive into what has happened in the opening. So we did see Magnus open with E4. We saw Carakan respond in kind. And, well, it is our old friend, the Roy Lopez.
No, it's not. I mean, it is for now, but just see what Magnus played on move 5. And this is, I don't know, we'll need, help with the database, because I'm not sure how to judge this one.
It's a very old system, and also, if I may say, it's also incredibly popular at the lower ends of chess tournaments, when you're just learning how to play and you get taught the trick, right? You know, you develop your knights, then you go d3, then the bishop will come out to g5, and It's quite a funny system. The knight comes to d5.
Pretty much, yeah. Like
Checkmate.
if the club player plays this, you say, "Oh, okay, well done. You've defended the pawn on e4, which was attacked, right?" But when Magnus plays it, it means, perhaps he's opting for some sort of a surprise here.
Yeah. Well, I pulled out my database here, and he played this once in 2019 against
Vishy
Anand, and it was a standard game, so it means he prepared fully for this. I mean, usually when you pull this type of opening, it's just going to be like some online games or Rapid or Blitz, but no, this was a serious tournament. It was Tata Steel 2019, and Magnus Carlsen won that game against Vishy Anand.
Okay, and can you show us how the game continued?
Okay, here I believe there are a few continuations by Black, but Vishy Anand chose to play Bishop c5. And then, despite losing a tempo going to a4,
Magnus captured on c6.
Yes, Magnus captured on c6.
Come on, this is not...
And after d takes c6, d3. So it's going to be quite a dry position, I would say, yeah?
It's tense though, right? Because Magnus is doing his thing where he's relying on the good endgame structure.
Yeah, but wait a second. But if you play this, what's the whole point of kind of going... Yeah, well, there is whole... what I'm saying, like if you were to look at the Berlin defense with knight to f6, so 3 knight f6 from Black, if we could put it on the board, d3 and bishop c5, and bishop takes, pawn takes, and then knight c3 is not even the most popular move, and the only difference is that after knight c3, Black has already a pawn on a6. Which does make some difference, but I'm not sure how impactful this difference is. So in what I'm saying, like in Carlsen Anand, even though it was this strange line, they've played pretty much the anti-Berlin with d3. While here, Karthikeyan goes for b5, and you see if you update it, Irene, like b5, and this makes it kind of the real gist of this variation, right?
Yep.
What do you do after b5 and so on if Black kind of tries to play the most principled way?
So, okay, we can expect that after b5, bishop
b3.
e3, and now here comes another branch of continuations. I think Black can continue with bishop c5, or even bishop e7 or d6. Oh, d6. Is d6 a move? After knight
d6
g5?
d6
is
knight
a move.
g5, right?
Yeah.
But then you have to kind of hold your
D5.
head in shame and play d5.
Yeah.
But
So-
that is a big blunder to go d6. So yeah, you definitely have to actually develop the dark square bishop.
Yes.
Yeah, in such positions, like I'm always interested, can Black ever play knight a5?
Will you let go of the e5 pawn?
Yeah, like knight
So-
e5 takes on b3, go bishop b7, and then d5 later, like, Marshallesque compensation sort of thing. Bishop b7, and and it's a genuine question, because I don't know, sometimes optically it looks like they do the same, and then in some positions it's a full compensation, in some positions it's just pawn down, like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you never know, but that's something that I'd be looking at. Karthikeyan is thinking after b5. Yeah, bishop c5 seems to be one of those quote-unquote normal moves. Yeah.
Yeah, and for anyone who is afraid of the pin of the bishop, the white's bishop going to g5, I would play bishop e7.
Yeah.
Very
Bishop e7 is one of the normal continuation here. And then we might transpose to that line that, you know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about? The Tinglir Nepomniachtchi, I guess, with the knight on d5, and then you play d3, bishop g4, and so on, bishop e3. Okay, it can be transposed to many lines, actually.
I think it is going to be a transposition, right? And then White's big plan is to basically control the d5 square. So you'll see White try to go bishop g5 and go bishop takes knight, just so they can put a knight on d5.
Right, and Carakan chose to play bishop c5.
Okay, so that's an interesting development here. And what do we do? Do we move to see the opening moves in the other games?
Yeah, we can certainly move down because this game is definitely heating up. And what do we have here? This looks like it's a Tarash.
Yep, it is. The real Tarash, no knight takes d5, which, by the way, happened in Naka's game yesterday.
Right. And Naka actually said in his recap that he almost fell into a one-move tactic.
Oh, which one was that?
I didn't catch which one it was, but I thought it was quite an interesting observation. He was very honest, and he said, almost fell into this one-move tactic. Then he saw it in time, and then afterwards he felt a bit shaky. So he felt that something was off, and so he wasn't that displeased with a draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sometimes when you found something like that on the board, it gives you less confidence in continuing the game in the same manner. So that's why, I can totally understand. Okay, so we have only 6 moves on the board: Bishop G5, Bishop E6, and we see Tarash in so many games here. Also yesterday, the game between Gukesh and Faishali as well.
Right, Bishop G5 though is not the most popular, right? So G3 used to be kind of the main line. Bishop G5 is of course a very logical move, but not the most popular. Even though Hikaru replied quickly, so probably not a surprise to him. Moving on.
Yep.
Up to Satorov against the Rigaisi. That's
Slav.
Some theory. Yeah, the semi-Slav anti-Meran variation with Queen C2. And last time I looked at it was perhaps like 15 years ago. So I don't know if anything changed. Already back then, people were smart, and A4 would have been answered with A6. A4 wasn't the move, pardon me. A4 wasn't the big move. I think DC4 they would take on C4. Yeah.
Instead of A4,
yeah. But interestingly, Bishop takes C4, A6 was one of the lines, B5 being more popular, but A6 was one of the lines. And if White would play A4, then C5 was considered to be kind of a decent continuation. So now, DC4, A4, A6, had White taken on C4, it would still be C5, but White goes Rook to D1. So for now, not letting Black to play C4, maybe you could play C5, but it's kind of awkward or something. And Black replies with Queen to C7.
Yeah, also maybe still planning C5 itself, because now the Queen is not on the same line as the Rook, and it will be less awkward, yeah?
Right, so usually it is quite solid for Black.
But how is Black going to break through? So presumably it will be via E5, or is it going to be C5?
C5 most of the time.
Yeah.
C5 most of the time. I think E4 you answer with E5.
That's a must.
That's the recipe, right? So you answer E4 with E5. But here, once again, I'm not sure what happens exactly. Because it's not that easy. You could think of trading everything on E5 and getting, F4 in and then E5 and just wipe Black off the board, but it's not that easy somehow, and still you need to regain this pawn on C4 at some point.
Yep. Okay, I think they're still in the realm of the theory, and Yakuboev is still thinking on how to continue.
I was just checking up the theory. I must be going a little bit nuts because there's no games in my after Queen C7.
Yeah.
Seems like this insertion of A4, A6 is somewhat unusual, but it doesn't feel like we are in novelty territory. But it certainly does seem like it's a very familiar position. White is going to capture on C4, and Black is going to break either with B6, C5, and the reason you want to go B6 is you want to find a home for the C8 bishop.
Right.
And you're right. Moves like H3 will be met with C5 immediately.
Yeah. So C5 is on the menu after queen c7, and I think that is why Yakubov is still thinking.
Okay. And if you were to take on c4 with the bishop, then c5 is a move.
Instead of
b5.
h3,
Yeah.
This.
Yeah, h3 is a bit of a waiting move.
And after bishop takes c4, just c5.
Yes,
C5,
c5 has been played. Even b5 has been tried, taking advantage of the pin.
B5.
Yeah. So the whole.
How does that work?
Like
So A
AB5 and
CB5,
CB5.
and if bishop takes,
And let's have a look.
bishop takes.
You actually
Could it be just bishop
Take
c7?
Oh,
again.
you take with the pawn and rook
and-
a8, you
and
go
b4.
b4.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
fair enough, yeah. You go b4. Yeah, so b5, but after b5, apparently white doesn't really take on b5, just plays some.
bishop d3 is
Bishop
the
D3.
most popular move.
Yeah, and then we could actually transpose into something, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a very tricky opening. Shall we check the other leaders then?
Yes.
Ryanan and Sindarov.
Oh,
This-
I like this
Indian.
type of strategy from white. And there we see it's employing the. What is the name of this? Is it the English defense or is English defense with b6 and e? No, it's with the b6 and e6. Sorry.
All I know is King's Indian, but double fianchetto.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
I don't know the exact name actually of this.
The so-called English defense, I think we are referring to e6, b6.
Yeah,
right,
e6.
without knight f6. And it was, I think, Tony Miles played it a lot. And then like younger generation, Nigel and so on, picked it up. Yeah, and this one, I think it's much more common to start with the other bishop's fianchetto. Right, so you go like knight f6, g6, bishop g7, as Irene mentioned, and you play, sort of attempt to play the King's Indian, and if white would choose to play g3, bishop g2, the fianchetto system against the King's Indian, that's one of your options. Not considered the most reliable as far as I know, but still, that's one of your options, would be to play b6 and bishop b7. And here it started otherwise.
It's interesting because I was. Is it possible to kind of do some knight e4 ideas?
So knight a6, knight c5, rook e1, e6. Yeah, what's interesting is why would you go e6 and not knight e4, which is very...
Which is what someone did against
Very
me. Knight
typical.
e4, and if it didn't change it, go knight to d6, and then...
So knight e4, you exchange it, perhaps, right?
Which knight? The
F-
F.
F-
Yeah,
knight.
like if we exchange it,
So instead of e6.
yeah, like takes, and then white would still like to go e4, right?
I think queen c2 is the main line.
Yeah, and after queen c2,
And F5.
someone did this to
Not
me,
queen
f5.
d2, sorry.
Yeah, like
It's a must slip.
f5, you can do f5.
Queen d2,
yeah.
F5. Queen c2, f5. Yeah, and then I think one of the line goes with knight d2, and then just try to exchange this, and then you still are trying to push e4 at some point,
Yeah, perhaps.
like this.
I mean, it could be just a good position for white, though. If you get e4 in. Right, so black has played e6 instead. And e4 is
E4
what
looks-
e4 is what we would expect, right?
Yeah, but black is a bit hesitant, so let's try to figure out what he doesn't like after e4. Or maybe
Ryanan.
something is bothering him after e4. Because after e4, if you take, then e takes. I think white doesn't have any problem there.
Yeah, this is also the question. Do you automatically capture with the e pawn? Or do you play for more with c?
Yeah, you could take with the c pawn as well. Here, especially, I'm guessing, because e5 is quite an annoying threat. It could be this, you know. So if e takes, c takes, let's say, e takes, c takes, and let's imagine black plays d6 because he has to do something about this e5 threat. Anyway, all I'm saying that in a structure like this, white would probably prefer to undo the e4 move and have the pawn like on e2, because knight d4 and then knight c6 is sort of a nice idea.
Yeah.
Maybe it works with e4 nonetheless, like put the knight on d4 and constantly look for this e4 square. But yeah, but black at least does not fall apart immediately in this line, right? So there is no b4, the knight cannot be pushed back because long diagonal weaknesses, and later on black plays a5, rook e8, all the standard moves.
Right.
So maybe e takes is kind of simpler and strong at the same time. Just stating that.
And you follow it up with the same plan of going knight to d4.
Yeah, I guess knight belongs to d4. So knight d4 and then b4 will be threatening at some point. So the question is, what does black do? I mean, it could be some tricky tactical stuff, like bishop a6 immediately, using the fact that b3 is not what you want to do, I'd guess. Maybe you can, once again. Like bishop a6, how do we react to bishop a6?
Knight e5.
Knight e5.
Then
fair enough, yeah, and d6 is not something you want to do necessarily. Yeah, right. I take back my bishop a6. I thought it was a clever move, but it isn't.
well, there is still the issue, right? After d6, it feels like it's forced because then you have to find some squares to maneuver your pieces into.
Yeah,
like
d6, and then you put the knight on d4, and so on. And I don't know how bad it is for black. How bad it is for black, but I think like those King's Indian positions with the e-file being open, and when you kind of lacking some space and trying to exchange the pieces, they are already bad enough. And to add to this, you have played b6, bishop b7, which is certainly not productive and maybe just actively bad for your position, because c6 is weak and bishop on b7 doesn't do much. So if white can, just slowly build up, like go h3, go bishop e3 perhaps, and all this stuff, I can see a lot of useful moves for white. And black has to invent something extraordinary, right? So it looks simple and strong. So we'll see.
Okay. Well, let's move downwards to the game between David Paravian against Gukash.
Oh, Carakan.
And it is the Carakan.
Let's take a look. Because this type of Carakan at f6 has been...
It's very, very trendy at the minute.
It's very trendy,
it's kind of almost... Actually, it's not kind of almost. It is the main line now.
Exactly.
Which is very strange, to be honest.
It is very strange, because I remember when I first started playing the Carakan that this particular variation had a very dubious repertoire. It was like, okay, well, black is simply playing for the draw. But then, it was actually some games on the internet, I can't quite recall who kind of came up with this idea of going h5 and h4, seizing the space. And if you play this type of position against the computer with the white, you'll find that it's actually not so easy to handle with the white pieces.
No, it's not. And already move 11, and we are seeing some tactical motive here. Whether or not it's working, it's a different story. But let's take a look. After bishop f4,
Can we check? I'm sorry to interrupt, but can we check if it was played? Because once again, on club level, you would say, okay, you are missing the basic tactic. But then when Paravian played it, like not spending a single minute, you expect it to be
some sort
prepared.
Of story,
It probably is prepared, but let's just check if it's like known to people or it's a new and possibly clever novelty.
It is known.
It is known.
It is known.
Played, right?
It has been played, but as far as I know, the tricky line is h3 instead of bishop f4.
Okay, here h3, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's kind of clarify what we mean by, let's say, bishop f4 being silly. So rook takes e2.
It's definitely not silly, actually. It's actually inviting a trap, because after rook takes e2, you simply
Take with
take.
the
Here with the
queen.
queen.
Yeah.
Take the bishop and queen e4.
Queen e4. Yeah, but it does not stop here, right? Because you can go, I don't know, bishop back, perhaps?
Bishop, let's say, to h6 to protect g7, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
And maybe after check here,
You
and then
give
rook
a check
e1.
and
Rook
you give
e1.
rook e1,
Which rook?
A, I
A,
guess.
okay.
I'm
And then-
voting for A.
And then let's...
Bishop
Go for
e6 seems to be the only move, and then what, f4 perhaps?
F4 looks very strong.
F4, so that's why we put the rook on it. And if, say, if black is not getting checkmated, which he probably can avoid, like playing f5, let's say, right?
by playing f5
I mean,
itself.
he has to kind of has to.
And then takes it.
And still, white's position is much better, I would guess.
Yeah, it's a good attacking position for white. I just put out my database, and yeah, and from nature also played this variation with bishop f4, but the opponent didn't bother to take it, but just playing that a6, a normal developing move after bishop f4, which is making sense because if we saw the final position of the analysis, it's looking like white is the only one who's attacking and then playing for a win.
Right.
So bishop f4, knight a6 is the main move. People also played h3 to counter-attack this idea by making another attacking move, h3. There are also games with bishop e6 in this position, bishop g4, and yeah, not so many games with rook takes e2.
Yeah. I
So-
agree. Knight a6 is a good move usually because bishop takes knight it looks tempting, but actually it's not a big deal, to be honest. You
Not
get
a big
the
deal.
you get the bishop pair, and you also get as compensation just an open line on the B file just to work down. And as Irene's indicated, the big idea is to go knight c7. You know, if you can, put your knight on d5 and secure
Yeah.
the d5 square for that knight with b5. And yeah, and again, it's quite interesting that Paravian has allowed black to also go h3 because usually they stop it.
Yeah,
like
they-
the main
they
line is
stop
to
it,
go
yeah.
h3 with the white pieces.
So what happened if black played h3 himself?
Yeah, then it's a whole other system of sharpness. And again, bishop f4 is not the most kind of critically known idea. And normally, like, it goes bishop d2, rook a1, and the game gets very sharp quite quickly.
Yeah.
F4 knight a6 is played.
Yep. Well, interestingly here, after h3, I just pulled out some online games played by another player who also played in this tournament, Shimanov, your
Yeah, we
streamer
worked, yeah,
mate, streaming mate.
yeah, we worked at some point
Yes,
together.
and then after h3, the move is rook
Yeah, rook
e1.
e1.
And after taking this, it's just going to be a very sharp game after bishop h7, and then king f8 and queen d3, and then the queen will switch over to the other side, probably to here, and then yeah, it will be a whole different variation. But this didn't happen because Gukesh chose to play
Knight
knight a6, a more solid option. And Paravian just splits it out. Queen,
Queen d2.
d2.
Knight a6, queen d2. Yeah, so one of the reasons bishop a6, ba6 is not good, because yeah, we could get rid of black's pair of bishops by simply exchanging on a6, exchanging on d6, but the knight on e2 is like quite a silly piece.
Yep.
So-
Well, we will see whether black's opening strategy, or white's one rather, will pay off, as we will revisit this game. But let's continue with our walk around the park and check in on Pranav against Abdusattorov. And Pranav is just 17 years old. And also another Indian with a very tactical style. Yesterday, we actually saw, while everyone was in an endgame, past move 40, Pranav, and it was against Sambit Panda. They were there in a the sharpest middle game we've seen in a
Unclearest
while.
game of yesterday's, yeah. And actually, to be honest, I don't see any young Indian prodigies who actually play positional chess. Most of them, they're just tactically sharp, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Can
And
we
it's a big
return
stress.
I'm sorry, can we
Yep.
quickly return to move 9? Because this is something new to me, to be honest. Because before that, it's a Sveshnikov Sicilian,
95,
right?
yeah.
There is knight d5, there is bishop takes, pawn takes, knight d5. These are two moves that one is kind of aware of. And then out of the blue, knight to b1, which, yeah, I mean, just a move. Bishop e7 takes. How does that compare like to knight d5, bishop e7, bishop takes, bishop takes?
Yeah.
Huh.
Let's try to compare it. Okay,
Yeah,
let's see
like-
the resulting position. So this was the position,
And knight d5, yeah.
and then bishop c4. Okay, so but we can get
Yeah,
this
the knight on
position.
b1.
So instead of pushing c4, it's a4. That's
Yeah, like
the-
you'd have the pawn on c4 or c3 maybe.
right.
Right. And look, the way it looks, like if white would have played knight d5, can we look at it? Like
Yes.
knight d5, bishop e7, bishop takes, and you can transpose by going a2, a4 in this position. Too bad it's an illegal move, but if you would have been able to play a4 before knight b1, then we are transposing. You wouldn't play knight b1 though here. Like if a4 would be a legal move, a4 before knight c4, of course. White's probably much better. But nonetheless, like a kind of little curiosity that white
Isn't
plays
this an old line though? Because I can remember
knight a to b1.
Knight
It
A
must
to
be.
b1.
It must be.
being something in the non-chess opening or the BCO, all the way back in the
could be.
90s. And also checking the database, I can see a few games from the 1970s.
Yeah, but that's the question, because like, is it any popular? Was it played recently on? Not much.
Not much, it's been played by Demchenko also. Adnani has played it as well, an international master, and then we're looking at games from the
From the
70s.
70s,
Weinstein played it against Spraget. Chibodanidze, famous women's world champion, played it against Mark Dvoretsky.
Okay, so that
Giri
means-
played it against Ian Nepomniachtchi in Superbet Classic 2023.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe this line has seen a reformation because, as you mentioned, maybe it's an old line, but now people are styling. It's like a fashion trend. Yeah, the retro, the vintage one is becoming trendy again.
Like, same as in fashion, it's not because retro is any good. It's because they are getting bored of
Yeah.
what's
The modern
in
ones.
what was in last year, right? So the same thing here. It's like everyone is so fed up with all this like 25 moves of theory and drawing the kind of the main lines of Sveshnikov, and that's why you try to kind of halvanate the old lines.
But it's like modern day chess, right? Because when I was becoming a professional, we all had our repertoires and we all stuck religiously to them. And I can remember preparing for my opponent was very easy. I would
Repeat
just check
my lines, yeah?
Exactly. Just check my opponent. They would always be trusted to play the same thing. And now, I check the databases against the potential opponent, and it's literally they can play e4, d4,
Yeah.
c4, knight f3, g3, and
Every
you're just
person-
thinking,
What do you do in these
wow,
situations?
what should I do? Yeah, exactly.
I
Yes, and I
close
just
it.
nap.
I close it. I close the thing. Yeah, immediately. Like if he does more than two things, I just no.
Really?
Too much. Not
I
interested.
I roll the dice a little bit, and I just focus on
like
what
something. Yeah.
what I would feel uncomfortable playing against.
Yeah, which makes perfect sense. The knight a5 was played, which once again makes sense to challenge this bishop on the bishop's position on c4. So where does the bishop go? Like if you go to a2, I guess rook b8 is one of the possible moves. Yep, bishop a2, rook b8 would make sense.
And knight a5 is kind of new. I don't know whether Abdusattorov had it in his work or preparation, or maybe he found it on the board. But to play a move like knight a5, I think it requires some prior preparation. I don't think I would be very committal to play knight a5 if I just saw it on the board.
Yeah, but on the other hand, like you probably choose some setup.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you're comfortable, yes, I think like knight a5, bishop a2, rook b8, and I don't know if it's bishop a2, by the way. Now
It
that
could
I'm
go
thinking.
bishop
Could be
e2.
bishop d3
Yeah,
maybe,
could
or
be.
bishop e2.
Yeah, where do you put the bishop? Because
Yeah,
like
bishop,
bishop d3 looks weird, just on a kind of like visual sense, because you're putting your bishop on a diagonal that's blocked by its pawn.
yeah, fair enough.
And
But b4 is hanging for now, right? So after bishop d3, my point was that maybe, like if, say, you play rook b8, then queen e2 attacks the pawn for the second time.
okay, so I just
A little
wanted
bit
to
of kind of tactical point here.
make you elaborate. Sorry, Miro.
Yeah.
Okay, so this bishop on c4 is going to be a good bishop if the knight wasn't going to a5. Maybe after bishop e2, would it be a good idea for black to move back the knight to c6? Because the only idea of the knight is just to get the bishop away from this diagonal.
Yeah, but then you've given white
An extra tempo, yeah?
And I'm not sure if it's, if it's that important in this position, but psychologically, are you comfortable kind of playing, the same position tempo down? So I would be keen on proving that my knight a5 is a clever move. I had an idea. By the way, that's a very common, way of getting oneself in trouble, right? You start with the bad idea and then you insist. That was my idea all the way. I want to justify it. And even though the position wasn't as bad, you could return and play normally. But yeah.
But this is a chess player's weakness in life. Like when they're wrong, they rarely say, hands up, I'm wrong. They usually double down.
Double down.
Not only, that was my
triple
original
down.
intention. Yeah, but I'll continue with this one. Exactly.
Yeah, I think we're lacking that flexibility in adjusting to the situations because, well, some updates occurred, and then this is also one of my weaknesses. Like during the game, usually when I have like a slightly better position, but somehow the situation changed. But in my mind and in my heart, I was still better. So that I kept playing a move that, when you're better, you want to play for a win. Whereas I should already prepared, to make a drawing move.
Yeah.
So it is very hard to adjust this type of mindset, especially during the game. You didn't have enough time to actually ask yourself about the
Right.
question.
And this is actually why it's kind of recommended that when you make a blunder, because they often come in pairs, that you just get up, you leave the board, you talk to yourself, you just change your mindset completely, because otherwise you're in big danger of just spiraling down,
Right.
doubling down on your idea, not recognizing that in fact your one position is no longer one, and in fact you might have to be just using all your energy to save the game.
Yeah, I didn't know chess was that complex when I started the game. I thought it's 1 + 1 = 2, but it's a
Big
lot.
maths.
Yeah, it's a lot of decision-making processes involves. Wow.
It's not what we signed for, right?
we signed for simplicity, not
Complexity.
complexity. Exactly. Well, this is definitely going to be a complex game. The pawn structure is imbalanced, and also black has a bishop pair, white has a knight. We will keep an eye on this game. And let's move down to Anish Giri against Kartik. And a kind of fun fact about Kartik is that when he was trying to become a grandmaster, he played, get this, 22 tournaments in 6 months.
How one time? No, wait, 22 tournaments.
In
In
6 months.
6 months.
It's not
22.
even a year.
It doesn't add up, pardon me.
Yeah.
How long is an average tournament?
Well, there are some tournaments where you can play 2 games,
Two
a
games a
day.
day.
How long is an average tournament? It's 10 days.
5
no?
days.
Well, you can do 5 days, right?
can do
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Half a year. 6 months equals half a year.
And
in
it
my
could
book,
also be
which
rapid tournaments and blitz
kinda
tournaments
makes
as
it-
well. So,
yeah. Okay, fair enough.
but still,
But still, that's...
there was an interview with him, and they were asking him like,
How could still be?
"How are you still here?"
Yeah, like he's still alive
Is he,
and intact.
is
I
he
would be
ever
dead after that.
getting bored playing chess? I mean,
This was an interesting thing because I asked this question to a grandmaster last night, and they said no, they don't get bored playing chess. They just, it's always interesting to actually play the game, and I can kind of agree with that.
Yes.
Because every position somehow or other is different.
it's a bored, perhaps not the right...
No, it's not quite the right word.
It's more like burnt out, because you are into the same routine
But
for
isn't it-
literally 6 months. Yeah.
But isn't it exactly the definition of boring? Like you're in the same thing, yeah?
I don't think it's boring. It's just that you don't find you're still interested to the game because it's your responsibility anyway. But this type of routine, maybe your body is feeling it, not necessarily your mind. Maybe your mind wants to keep playing, but your body is actually giving up because
It's kind of
playing chess for 6 months.
loss aversion or risk aversion. I think that's the main thing. Like if you don't do well, and you're almost guaranteed not to do well if you're playing non-stop, right? And then, like at some point, you're just getting the fatigue.
Well, this was the traditional argument, right? And this was why Botvinnik, in all those times, he
Vinnik
was saying,
boring person himself.
"Did you ever meet him?"
No. But I read his books. They're boring, even though very, very instructive.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, can someone enlighten me on this move?
Which one?
H3, because I'm really not familiar about this line. 4th move H3. That's played by Giri.
Solid.
Solid, yeah?
It's just keeping you on your toes. I mean, because usually you'd go C4, right? And then you would allow bishop F5 or bishop G4.
Bishop G4, I guess, what stops with H3.
And his opponent went bishop F5 and G4.
Was struck by a G-ball.
Yeah, and then,
Then
bishop
95.
G6, 95, knight FD7, knight takes,
C4, E6.
But now they have transposed
Uh-huh.
into some
into
kind of
they've-
E3 Slav, right?
Yeah, you can get this position by allowing the bishop to go to G4.
And, go
And
H3,
when they go
bishop
H3, they go bishop H5.
Again, let's compare.
So here, C4.
Can we compare? Yeah, like
Yeah.
C4,
And then you go bishop G4,
bishop G4, H3.
H3.
Bishop goes, G4.
Yep.
Bishop goes.
And now...
Knight
now-
F5.
Yeah, I think you go knight
Knight
C.
E5.
Yeah, knight E5.
Knight FD7 like this. And
Yeah.
takes. And
Takes
then knight
knight.
D2. Yeah.
So the big
Knight
difference...
D2, E6,
But
and
there's a
it's
big
white
difference.
to move. Yeah.
There is usually... There is actually a difference because in this...
It's a tempo. It's the whole difference.
the knight is usually on C3
Could be.
because you normally force E6. You go knight C3, E6, and then you go H3.
Yeah, but what I'm saying that in our position, the bishop went bishop F5, G6 instead of bishop G4, H5, G6,
Yeah.
while white played all the same moves.
Yes.
So white kind of got the knight on D2 instead of C3, but paid the tempo for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't know
Gotcha.
where it leads.
And
what it
also the
means.
white knight was on D2,
Yeah.
which...
So here, like knight on D2, arguably more flexible, right? Sometimes you take the pawn on C4.
Yeah, because, sometimes white is planning to break out with E3, E4. And black normally responds to that threat with bishop B4. So maybe with the knight on D2, as you both say, it's more flexible.
Yeah, and now it gives white an option to take it back with the knight. Yeah, how do you evaluate this position? Taking with the knight is better than taking with the bishop, or?
Not clearly. It'd be two different setups, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can take with the knight and then play some sort of, I want to say Catalanish, even though we played H3, G4, which we would never do in the Catalan. But I mean, put the bishop on G2, right, and then quite possibly castle, especially if black clarifies his intentions a little bit. You don't want to castle into the open H file, right? But if black castles short, that you might do as well. Or you just take with the bishop and who knows? Maybe you take with the bishop, you go b3, bishop b2, and you go for kind of long castle yourself and some crazy stuff. It's up to Anish.
Yeah, that's possible.
Oh, I like the idea. And especially if you can cut out all these long theories in the semi-Slav and the Slav, then I approve. Use it once, then move on.
Yeah, that's pretty much became a trend nowadays, right? I mean, one of the things, it's really hard to find something fundamental, like a system that will serve you for months. Okay, forget years, but for months at least. And it will have to be, once again, Magnus-y stuff, like, the Rui Lopez or Joko Piano. And other than that, usually you prepare a system, well, until it's good, like a couple of games. Everyone checks with an engine, they find the antidote, and then you move on and you look for another tricky system.
Right. Okay. Shall we check other games as well?
Can we go down to board 8 between Gregory Kaidanov and Jordan van Foreest? Because Gregory, you guys mentioned it, he's one of our experienced veterans in this competition. And so far, it's a semi-Slav. Bishop e7 is somewhat unusual.
Bishop e7, yeah.
Normally you're going knight bd7 and the bishop comes to d6, so you keep the flexibility in pawn breaks. It's either c5 or e5. With the bishop on e7, it's just going to be about c5.
Yeah, so in fact, we did transpose into one of the possible kind of setups in Meron, which is with early b5, b4. So imagine the knight would be on d7 all the way, and we captured on c4, went to b5, went b4, and only then played bishop e7. So that'd be a transposition to our game. And yeah, so bishop e4 stops c5 for now. And yeah, when talking about these positions, I'm never sure like how to assess this. It's very tempo based, to be honest. In all those general thoughts like this is weak and this is like this is a good square, it doesn't really work because like, what do you even do?
Well, as black,
Yeah,
you just gotta get through c5.
Yeah.
Then you can breathe a huge sigh of relief and get on with your game. So the first move is
b6?
queen b6 or rook b8.
Queen
Yeah,
b6,
but
I like it better.
Queen b6, and then let's pretend white plays bishop g5. Yeah, plays bishop g5, and who knows what's that?
Yeah, maybe rook b8 is better.
Yeah, no,
Just
no,
because
I'm,
for
I'm,
that
I'm
reason.
not saying anything. I mean, I don't know. Like, you could take on g5 with black, like queen b6, bishop g5. It might work just fine. So that's what I'm saying. Like bishop g5. If knight takes back, I thought black is perfectly fine after h6, because I don't know. Is there any tactic?
Could you even
So
go
you want
queen
to take on h7 like this?
That's what I was.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. It probably doesn't work, but I mean,
Yeah,
at
you
least
have to
to
go
highlight,
forward, right?
at least to highlight the dangers, right? Because king g8, queen h5, white's kind of happy. So you probably need to go to one of like g6 or h6, even though both are quite dangerous.
Yeah. But I think if
Is it?
g6, maybe there's queen g4 in this position. So maybe
There's also like f4,
F5.
you know.
Oh,
after
f4
king
is
g6, like
F5.
f4 threatening some queen d3 maybe. Not to mention there is queen d3 check, you know. Queen
Yes.
d3 takes queen h7. I mean, do we want to analyze this? This is terrible. Queen h7, and then you go queen h7. I mean,
there
just to
is
cut
a
it
cool move though. If you went f4,
knight takes e5.
knight takes e5. Yeah.
And I was planning something for that.
Oh, very good.
It is a cool move though.
But for this one, I think I have this. I don't know how good it is.
Yeah.
This looks
Right, you are.
With
completely-
this
no, but okay, you
Spartan
have
king.
this.
There's still-
I have no clue. Maybe this is winning for what, but let's
No, probably you don't take. You probably go rook d1 first. I mean,
rook
rook to d1, a to d1.
Okay, guys. Guys.
We have
Okay,
to stop.
Yeah, we're in a rabbit hole. And just to give you context, I just put it on the computer just now, and it's telling me a plus 1.3 after bishop g5. And after bishop takes bishop, bishop takes h7, killer move. And
That wins, right?
it wins.
It wins.
So queen b6 is already a big fat X.
Okay.
You don't want to be playing that. You've got to play rook b8.
Oh, that's good to know. Yeah.
So
Because
actually some danger there for Jordan van Foreest, who is currently thinking.
I think he's aware of that. He's aware.
Did he
of that.
play it?
No, he's still thinking. But I'm just moving the rook to b8 because, well, if you're not calculating such a tactical line, normally you would like to have the rook on c8 and then supporting your c6 pawn to c5. So queen b6 just comes naturally. But of course, in this position, like what Miro said, it is a very concrete calculation needed. So queen b6 is out of question.
Okay.
You know what's somewhat puzzling though? He had 1 hour 30 on his clock reaching this position. So you'd expect him to be prepared. And then bishop d3 to e4 is one of the most natural moves I can think of. And all of a sudden he seems to be sort of unsure.
Okay. Well, let's keep
And
an
he
eye on
does
this.
play queen b6.
Oh, no!
He did play queen b6. Let's see. Let's see this one.
Oh, okay, but let's... Wow.
Really?
But let's just say that, you know, we do have access to the computer.
Yes,
We
yes.
can also take back.
And we
it
have
might-
3 brains here.
And 3 brains are better than 1, you know.
You
Yeah.
know what? False alert. I mean, apparently he has taken a lot of time. So it was just a glitch in, time display because it was the applet was saying he had 1 hour 28, and then since he made a move, it's 1 hour and 8 minutes. So it's either he was thinking for 20 minutes here, or maybe it was a glitch.
Wow. Will Kaidanov
Yeah, he's
Move
an
is-
old hand, right? And these
Yeah.
kind of patterns would be
Yeah.
very natural to him. So, okay, I stopped you in your tracks, and let's just quickly look at the winning continuations. So after bishop g5, that is the move.
Right.
The engine was saying that black's best is actually just to kind of retreat with a tail between
Back
your
to
legs
d8,
and go
right?
queen to d8.
But then, you can imagine why it's better. Yes.
Yeah.
So the principal line, of course, would be to take on g5, and then how does that work exactly? We take on h7, king takes h7,
Okay, so let's
knight
go.
g5. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
And
so
let's go
after bishop takes,
king h6 maybe. Now try king h6 instead of g6.
and after knight takes bishop. Okay, so now I'm gonna put. Oh, queen g4 is
Queen
just going
G4,
to
Queen
be.
g4.
Yeah.
Is just going to be shows over here.
Because you just want to go here, check, and then whenever the king takes here, you
Yep.
have this f4.
Yep.
And then mate on h3.
Yep. Just show us the checkmate.
Okay.
Oh, you're in.
What should I do with black now?
Make a random move.
f5.
f5.
Attack the queen. Yeah.
F5 is not that random. Oh, f5 actually. Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
Check
attack the
here.
queen.
Okay, yeah.
Here, takes here, and then f4, and then pull the queen back, and it's a checkmate.
Yep.
So this is a threat. Wow, so queen b6 is quite committal. Bishop g5 is not a very hard move to make, actually.
Yeah. Bishop g5 is.
Very,
I-
also very typical as well.
Yeah. And let's just show the lines after king g6. That's black's best
After knight
defense.
g5, king
After
g6.
knight to g5.
Yes.
And just to kind of mention that if the king steps back to g8, the queen will come to h5.
So here we agree with queen d,
Queen d3.
or f4, some other moves.
Queen d3 is the main move.
Queen d3.
And after f5,
Let's take
You-
first. If takes here,
yep.
queen h7, and after taking on
Well, just f4
d4,
apparently wins.
No, you cannot play f4 now.
We've got a...
There is bishop g5 on the board. Yes.
f4 was good enough. Yeah, you don't have to be clever with queen h7.
Okay, so f4 first, and after king here, then we can.
Yeah,
we
you
repeat?
can even, so after f4.
Oh, rook h3 or.
Yeah, exactly. This is the whole... Actually,
No.
there's
No,
even a
there's
fourth
G6.
thing.
There is g6.
There's queen
So queen-
h3
Queen
check.
h3, f5, queen
F5.
F5 check.
Yeah.
And
Pawn takes, king takes. Sorry, queen,
Queen
takes,
takes,
king
and then-
h6. and then I think it's another check, and then rook f4, no?
Okay, so yeah,
rook
there definitely is a rook f4. I mean, it makes so much sense. Whoops, hang on, wait 1 second. No.
Nope.
Yeah, you don't take the pawn.
Okay.
You go rook f4.
Oh, Jordan took the bishop. Oh, this could be a miniature.
Bishop g5, wait
Yes.
a second.
So let's come back. What should we do? Should we finish this line or should we come back to the game?
So just to show the winning
please.
variations, so instead of taking the pawn on f5,
So you go f5,
Yeah.
pawn takes.
and now you go rook f4.
Rook f4.
Rook f4 immediately.
Rook f4.
Yeah, so with the threat of queen to g6.
Queen g3.
Queen g3 was,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, so if I play f6, you play e6, yeah?
Yes.
So if
And
you
then
go,
you just stop it, the king to go to f7.
and yeah, and you've got queen takes f5 followed by rook swing.
And if I play, instead of, I want to play rook h8, but
Queen f5.
Queen f5.
queen
Checkmate.
f5,
Yeah.
queen f5, yeah. Here and then rook h4, yeah. So, wow, but again, this looks hard, but this is not trivial, especially if you still have more than an hour
But
on the
the
clock.
thing is, you're guaranteed a draw.
Yeah, this is already good enough for white to take
Exactly.
this
So
line.
you're going to get to this
Right.
stage and you go, well, you know, I can just check and it will be a draw, or I can actually.
Can actually win.
Can actually win. Yeah, it's already good. I mean, I think they have about 200 rating difference or something like that. And yeah, it's a. And I'm sure Kaidanov is looking at Bishop h7 because otherwise, why would he
Of
think
course. Yeah.
so long like this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's going to be an interesting game. It could be miniature even. Sadly for Jordan, he might have missed this.
I will keep you guys posted.
Okay.
And
So, yeah,
Let-
definitely the one to keep an eye on. And shall we go back to board number 1?
Yes.
I wouldn't say leaders, they still have to catch up, but board number 1, board number 2, the top seeds.
Yeah, we saw it after Bishop c5, and then Knight d5, d6, c3, and Bishop e6, d4, e d4, c d4. What sort of roll opus is this?
It's not. Really not.
It's not roll opus, first of all.
Yeah. Bishop d5, e d5, check on b4,
And king f1.
king f1, knight e7, and queen to d3.
Okay.
What's going on here?
Well,
What's going on?
Magnus doesn't want to give up his pair of bishops, so
Who's better and why? Can someone tell me? Like, what's up with this d5 pawn? Can it be taken? Should it be taken?
isn't black playing without a piece? The bishop on
you mean-
e4 is completely offside.
It's kind of still there, but yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have a purpose. So my feeling is white
so
is
it's
better.
Like a big compensation simply because like the main shift, the main scope will be the king side and then the bishop doesn't
Yeah.
do much.
And so, for instance, you could kind of almost go, okay, I think black has to castle.
yeah, but
unless-
be careful with the castle.
Yeah, like how about taking the pawn? I'm a greedy.
Okay,
F
okay,
takes
okay.
d5.
Yeah,
Okay, let's
Okay,
go for it.
F takes d5.
F takes d5.
So I think this is the critical line that Karthikeyan is currently pondering on.
Because yeah, I understand it's a lot of risks, but
What, high reward?
c6, what I'm planning, to kind of to solidify a little bit. Like, it's
And-
not the pawn I care about, but like d5 is a very nice square for the knight.
And if you play bishop g5,
Bishop g5.
I want to build and
Yeah.
want another piece into the attack.
Queen. There are alternatives. Queen d7 doesn't really work, right? Or does it? Maybe queen d7. Who knows? Queen d7 and later on c6. So it's still not that easy. Yeah, I do believe white kind of has full compensation.
Because you do also have bishop takes knight in this particular position.
Which?
And then there's a
Oh,
check
sorry,
here.
yeah, which
Yeah.
one? Bishop takes d5.
Or maybe you can play a3 first just to make sure.
Yeah, this is my idea. Bishop takes knight, and then then I want to go then I want to go a3 b4.
a3, bishop goes. Yes, b4.
Okay, you want to
bishop
check first.
goes.
Yeah, so it doesn't. I don't think it matters. It's just
Yeah.
At
The
A3.
bishop ends up on B6 and you give a check, I
Yes.
suppose, and king goes to E8.
Yeah.
Sorry, F8, yeah. But is it... It's not the end, that's what I mean. Yeah, we do have some compensation for sure. But it's not so obvious.
I think black is standing fine.
I also hadn't realized that the king was on F1.
Yes.
One in F8, yeah.
I just, somehow or other, visually, I just made it into castle's kingside because we're so used to that happening in a Lopez.
Yeah. It's almost like a distant opposition now. Except it's not. Okay, so queen d3, you want to take on d5, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I understand it's very risky business, but, you know, just to...
Okay, bishop g5, queen d7. And if I play queen e4, you play c6?
I guess. Like, technically, queen e6 is a possibility, but I'm not sure about self-pinning. No, c6 is good. C6 is fine. Yeah. So it does look a bit ugly, but I probably plan to go like f6 at some point. So, well, I'm saying it's a game still. It's not like black is...
And how is
It's falling apart.
after bishop takes e7?
Knight takes.
Yeah, bishop takes, knight takes. But then I'm ready for d5.
And then you're going to meet
There's
d5 with
c5.
c5, yeah.
And yeah, and if you go d5, then c5, and... Yeah,
Yeah.
this actually does look
Quite
more
good
than
for black.
acceptable for
Yeah.
black, right?
Yeah, knight f takes d5.
You know, like my point is, if we don't take this pawn with black, we are suffering for free. And no one enjoys that. Bishop g5 is going to happen if you say castle short, bishop g5. And it's
Oh,
all the same.
what if we pressurize the knight on e7 after this? Here, takes
Bishop
this.
goes.
Give it check. You have
Knight
to come back.
e7, yeah.
Here, and then...
And then,
Oh, I cannot.
like bishop g5.
You
well,
can go...
I can bishop g5, but there is f6.
f6, yeah. So that was kind of the big point. So if the bishop, the light square bishop, the light square one, if it's getting exchanged, I'm not that scared of playing f6. Still, I would prefer not to, but you know, so f6 was the tempo, and then I'll be able to castle. So after knight d5, now there should be the way for white to be better, but it might be a tricky one.
It is a tricky one,
Knight
actually.
g5, no?
Because I just checked with the computer. The computer is telling that white's best move is not to go bishop g5, but to go h4.
h4, yeah, h4.
h4 and
H4 is
just...
clever. Push the h pawn, lift the rook sometimes. Yeah, just play like nothing happened, right? I mean, not trying to win immediately, not trying to get the pawn back. Just develop
But it
your
says
pieces.
black is fine. So I don't know. I don't know whether h4 is the kind of move you want to be playing, or you even think about playing, because you know black is going to back that up with c5, right?
c5, c4.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Yeah, fair enough. So black is not, say, black's not in a bad shape.
No, black is not in a bad shape at all. The question is does he believe in taking the knight, especially when the world number one offers, the pawn, when the world number one offers you a pawn, and you feel like you could be under attack? Should you go for it?
Yeah, there's always this room for doubts here. I think it happens to us so many times as well. Like maybe it's just merely a mistake, or maybe it's just one of the lines that is not very dangerous. But we have this doubt that our opponent might know much better than we do, and we got hesitant and then played the worst move possible.
Yeah.
You know what, Jovi, since you've checked it with the computer, can we go one move back and check if queen d3 was a clever move?
The queen d3 was not the best move according
knight
to the
e7.
engine. So
that's what I thought.
the engine said that after knight e7, the best move is the most natural move, just to go bishop g5.
yeah.
And apparently it is
Yeah, like why would have been
an
better after
advantage
that, yeah?
for white, yeah.
Then queen d3, he's clearly hoping for some trick.
He wanted to control the e4 square, I guess.
Yeah, but he's hoping for some trick which is not there, right? So maybe he has some line in mind after knight takes d5. But if you have to play kind of h4 and search for compensation, then black does okay.
Okay, so this one is going to be quite exciting, especially if Carakan actually grabs that pawn in the middle of the board. I wonder what Magnus has up his sleeve, whether it's bishop g5, whether it's something a lot more positional. Let's move down to the Magnus Nakamura match.
Nothing much going on after how many moves? 8 moves. So
Well, the pawn structure is
the pawn
fixed.
structure, yeah.
A3,
So we have this.
A3, and Hikaru played c4.
And
It's rather ambitious, I have to say.
And take on f6.
Not sure why would you take on f6 immediately.
I think because now black is forced to take it with the pawn, because let's say it with the queen.
Yeah,
There
like
might be queen
b4.
a4, and then followed by queen b5, attacking both b7 and d5. This probably is the reason. And maybe Parham just wants to
Wait a second, knight
can you not
c6?
c6 and then castle queenside?
Yeah, like queen b5 castles.
knight c6. But this one isn't there e4 something?
Yeah,
but
I was
you wanna
worried
play
about
queen
e4.
I thought the whole
immediately
point.
e4.
The whole point was e4, and that's the reason I'm asking why did he take on f6? Because you could go e4 immediately, and if pawn takes only then, say you might recapture with the knight, you could take on f6 first. But perhaps the reason for that if e4, d4 happens, and then bishop f6, maybe you take with the pawn in this moment, like knight e4, some f5, and the structure looks terrible, but at least some active moves. While here, after bishop f6 in the game, if black captures with the pawn, you probably don't break with e4 straight up. You just say, okay, your structure is terrible.
And then you kind of play the position like Kukesh was doing it, with g3, bishop g2.
With b3 later on.
Yeah.
And if queen takes, then perhaps indeed you just go for e4. And, I want to call Hikaru's opening moves provocative. I don't know if good or bad, but
can we
certainly
investigate
provocative.
what's happening after e4? Because
Yeah,
it looks wild, to say the least. So pawn takes pawn, knight takes. Or maybe there's not going to be a pawn takes pawn. Like a knight takes, and then where does the queen go? Queen g6, queen d8.
f5 maybe?
Queen f5, yeah.
Like, kind of with the absence of bishop d3, maybe queen f5 is not that bad. Also,
And then I guess the knight is going to retreat.
yeah, strangely, we got so excited about this e4, but now that I'm looking at it, is it that good? Yeah.
I don't know, knight c3.
Knight c3.
With the idea of d5.
Yeah, like d5, bishop c4 is a threat.
Yeah.
I don't like my queen f5 then. Yeah, maybe it is just that. e4 and knight takes, and there is no good square for the queen.
Yeah, knight c3 is coming actually regardless. Okay, well, queen takes.
Queen takes was played. Yeah, this a3 move was very clever, in fact, or rather happens to be very useful in this specific line, because usually black would go with bishop b4.
Isn't it taking parallels from the Carakan, Panov, Botvinnik, where you do play a3 against bishop e6 ideas?
Could be.
But c4 is very, very committal move.
Yeah.
I would have gone knight c6. Development. Okay, anyway, c4 played, and now e4 on the board. Not yet.
No, yeah. So e4 is, I think it looks likely.
May I ask you to look at board 8 once again. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's like all the excitement is there.
Yeah. We're going to have to head there because...
Bishop h7 was played.
So
Bishop h7 was played in
yes.
Kaidanov's game.
So let me show it once.
King
again.
h7,
So bishop g5,
knight g5,
takes
queen
on
g6.
h5, take on h7, and takes on h7, takes here.
King g6. But then,
queen
all we know that queen d3 was the strongest move, and instead queen to g4 was played.
Is this still winning for white, Jovi?
That's a
or-
big question now, I guess.
yes,
And-
is the answer.
And he just...
Still winning.
Yeah, f5, forced, queen to g3. And what is black going to do? Black's king is caged.
Queen d4, maybe?
Well, if you go queen to d4, you've got, apparently, knight e4 check is a killer.
Ah,
Because you've got...
that's a nice one.
Let's put that up on the board.
All right. And if king f7...
Yeah, because if you go king h7, you've got queen h4 check and then a discovered attack
This,
on the
yeah?
queen, yeah.
Check here and then knight f6.
Yep.
You can go
And
to
then-
g6 though. right?
And the
Go
big
back.
problem now is that, unfortunately, white has 2 rooks at their disposal, and you can play rook fd1 or rook ad1.
So check knight e4, king
So king
f7,
f7,
then
and now,
rook ad1, right?
yeah,
Queen takes knight,
and then
rook takes
knight, and
Queen-
kaboom!
queen captures g7, and
If only there is no pawn on c6 here.
Yeah,
doubling on the 7th rank never felt better.
Wow, this could be the upset of the round.
yeah, in such a...
And we already have
Drastic
queen
way.
d4 on the board, so he pretty much needs to find knight e4 check.
Something is wrong with this game. I don't know. Maybe Jordan is not feeling well or anything. It's very unlike him to blitz out the move like this. Especially in the worst position.
So what alternatives white can possibly...
Well, the thing is, though, if you go knight takes e6, then you're going to be met with queen to g4.
Queen g4.
Knight e4 is already...
Knight e4 is on the
Knight
board.
e4 is on
Bravo,
the board.
Kaidanov. Kind of old school.
Wow, this
I have nothing to do against, nothing against Jordan, but,
Yeah.
supporting the older guys.
Yeah, no, I mean, it would be a sensation, right?
Yeah.
Knight e4 check.
This might finish before our first...
So, once again, how does that work? King h7,
Queen h4
queen
check.
h4, and if the king goes back, we know king g8 loses the queen after knight f6, right?
Yep.
But if the king goes back to g6...
G4. Is G4
Seriously.
move? Okay, G4, rook h8.
I think you go back to the original plan.
like
This
you
whole Greek
give
gift,
a
queen
check.
g5.
Queen g5. Now king h7.
Queen
it's
h5.
check and knight
Queen
g5.
h5, yeah.
And
Yeah.
if king f7.
And then
No,
and
there
then
is
you
no
are.
king
knight G5, is it?
now knight g5.
Knight G5, and then you
This
get
wins, yeah.
Yeah, this is-
But if king went to f7 after
And then
queen g5.
You have this rook AD1
You
again.
can
You
have
still
the-
have, it doesn't matter where your queen is, right? Yeah, you
Yeah.
give a couple of checks, and with the queen on g5, you do the same. You go rook a to d1.
Like this. Okay, rook AD1.
Yeah, king f7, rook
Yeah.
a to d1. So it is winning, and it's not, not rocket science. Yeah, that's pretty much like playing tempting moves.
Yeah.
But really, someone like Jordan, 2700 rated, and going down pretty much, not spending any time. That's something must be off with him.
Yeah, I agree with you both because we know that Jordan is a great tactical player. He plays in a very creative style and it's just off. Maybe he's just tired. Because what is worse for a chess player, to be ill or to be tired?
Oh, I think to be tired. Because there are so many tournaments where I was actually sick. But turns out to be good tournament for me because you were sick, so you just had to spend more time on the board, not walking around, for example, and also before or after the game, you spend all your time resting, so you're kind of like trying to re-energize in that way. And since also you know that you're sick, you want to be very focused on the game itself. So I played many tournaments where I was sick, and actually it turned out to be like really good. For example, in the last Olympiad, I was terribly sick, but I managed to score 7.5 out of 11 on the first board. But yeah, like half of the tournament, I was just having high temperature. So, but being tired, it's another issue, yeah. Because after being tired, maybe you lose your motivation. You know, you don't feel your game. You don't feel your moves. It's actually, I think it's worse.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that as well. And what about, does happiness or sadness impede your chess?
Let's move it to Miro for
Yeah.
wisdom about sadness and happiness affecting your chess.
It affects your life. For sure.
Affect your life for sure.
No, I mean, like someone being sad playing chess, I can't really think of. Like not being like jolly all the time and laugh at things. Yes, I mean serious. But like if you are sad, you are sad. You can't really make decisions when you're sad. I don't think it's possible.
Because I remember Bronstein when he lost the match to Botvinnik, and he had all sorts of reasons. And one of them was that his ex-wife or his wife was coming over and she wanted him to sign the divorce papers. And then, you know, this was an excuse that he used. So, and then, you know, you hear other stories that when people are on the honeymoon, they play fantastically well. There's a famous story that Glenn Fleer played in the GLC tournament and got married halfway through on the rest day.
Brave man.
and then just played the tournament of his life and came second.
Yeah. I think if you can fix the camera on Kaidanov and Jordan because they're frozen.
Yeah.
Are they?
Yep.
They're frozen because...
It looks good though.
That's the old one. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the position where Kaidanov is thinking over bishop takes h7.
It could easily be the live moment right now because well, both players are just thinking in such a gesture, like
Right.
very traditional gesture. But
Well-
yeah, Son at e4 and Jordan is still thinking, wow, this is going to be ending soon for Jordan.
It definitely will if Kaidanov finds the right moves. And I think it's the perfect time for us to take our first break. Leave this game on a cliffhanger and don't go anywhere because we will be back with a lot more of the chess action in the Qatar Masters Open in just a few minutes.
Are you happy with these results? Because you were the sole leader after fifth round, and now each of your opponent will be tough opponent, as you said. But what about the result? Are you satisfied with that?
Well, I'm not generally looking at the result. So, like in the beginning of this year, I was like 2675 or something. I thought, okay, as I said in the other interviews, like 2700 I should be reaching, I thought, soon. And yeah, I came to 2650. I was barely holding on to 2650.
Yeah.
Then, I mean, in the process, I forgot how to enjoy the game and so on. So recently my approach to the game has changed a bit, and I have like, unless most of my I didn't realize certain weakness was there with me since I was just focused on 2700, as I said. So I worked properly on my games, structured my training a bit here and there, and I think that's what is showing in the results.
That's very nice. And after fifth round, you had the day off. Only player who was the leader. So how was the day off of person who was the leader?
Personally, for me, it was much needed. Like after beating Gugesh, I was emotionally a bit high. So I mean, because especially he knocked me out in the World Cup. Most of our games, I had like better positions, but he's very resourceful and resilient. So I expected such a long fighting battle. But okay, yesterday also in the game I saw the best move, but I was like seeing some ghost during time trouble. Like when I played this move c4, instead I could have taken on queen into f5.
In the Gugesh.
In the Gugesh game. So queen into f5, queen e1 check, king g2. Okay, 2-3 things I missed. So one was like, I thought he like queen h4 he takes this endgame. I thought like queen to h7 check, queen to h7. I thought I had to take on h7 always back, but there's this intermediate knight of 6 check and I'm winning a piece. So in time trouble I missed that move, and the second one I missed was like queen e1 check, king g2, queen d2. I didn't check with the computer properly, so I think maybe king f3, queen d1, king f2 and bishop e2 just should be easy winning. So then I struggled a lot. He came back in the game and I had to find this study like win king h3. To be honest, I didn't see that at all. Like I saw like queen e8 and that was my intention, but then I saw okay check and I was like cursing myself like, I mean, how can he escape again? Then suddenly I saw king h3. I was shocked. I mean, I'm winning.
Wow,
so,
really,
yeah.
really tough tournament in general. But were you the day off for you for like rest, all day preparation, or maybe you enjoyed to go out a little bit?
So,
like, how did you spend?
So as I said, I mean, Noderbek Abdusatru, he plays all the opening, so I had a tough day. To prepare a lot, and also I made sure I was in the right shape of mind. So went to the gym and took a walk with my friends who are there in the hotel. So I did a mix of everything.
That's amazing. And in the end, what is your overall thought about this tournament, the atmosphere? Do you like it?
Yes, I mean, it's such a strong tournament. But I would say, I mean, maybe the initial years, like 2014, I played in 2014 or 15.
15.
Yeah, 15, yes.
16, yes.
So 1 year I played, and first round I played against Anish Giri. That time I was, I think, 12 or 13 years. So I was very much excited. It was my first foreign tournament, I think.
Oh, wow.
So in I think in Asia, but I'm not yet sure. So then like it was exciting to see all these strong players, and yeah. So,
and now you are leading the tournament when they're here.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
Now it's good, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much to give us the interview and your thoughts, and best of the luck for the remaining games.
Yeah, thank you.
Eric, how did you spend your day off?
I played some ping pong, some bowling, some billiards. It was fun. Yeah, had some Thai food too. Really pleasant day.
It was a day full of rest for us. I didn't touch any chess piece yesterday, at least I can mention that. But we also had a quite good meeting with Alex Ostrovsky yesterday. And I also was watching some pineapple match between two strong grandmaster. Pineapple poker match, yeah, for money. So this was pretty much of my rest day yesterday. Yeah.
I went to the beach with my sister and we had a good time together. It was very warm here and I really enjoyed it.
I spent very grateful. I visited West Bay Beach, and after that I have gone to International Museum of Qatar.
We went to the museum for the excursion, and then we played a football match for 1.5 hours. We started at 10:30 p.m. So it was quite nice. We had a lot of players, like 24 some players. So it was such a nice day off.
Just played something and took some rest, and yeah.
Bad, totally in bed. Didn't do anything.
How did you spend your day off yesterday?
Good.
World full of innovation, there remains one timeless world. A world that hasn't changed for more than 1,000 years. A world with devoted traditions, just like Qatar's traditions. Qatar stands as a notable example of blending traditions with modernity, much like chess. Join us in Qatar Master Open 2023, where you will witness the best chess players go head-to-head in a tactical battle. If you wish to succeed, you must brave the risk of failure.
And we are back with our coverage of round 7 of the Qatar Masters Open and 1.5 hours into play. And guess what? Well, it's been an exciting start. We already see Jordan van Foreest in deep trouble with the black pieces against Gregory Karakanov. But also, we also see Magnus Carlsen with double pawns in the center of the board. And things are brewing up very nicely in the Max Sidlu against Hikaru Nakamura game. Now, we looked at those games a while back. Can we update ourselves into what has been happening? And there, in the meantime, we can see the beautiful arena in Lusail, where the players have a lot of space and a lot of good atmosphere to enjoy their games. And okay, so we left it at this, and we were discussing whether black could get greedy and grab the pawn in the middle. The verdict was absolutely he could.
Yeah,
but did Karakan do it?
No, he didn't. Queen to d7. Queen to d7 was played. Honestly, not sure if it's, you know, maybe not the best move, but how much does it spoil for black? Because if you remember, in pretty much all of our lines, we were capturing on d5, but then, like, as a answer to bishop g5 or this or that, the queen d7 was part of the plan. So queen to d7 was played. h4 was Magnus's reaction. Black has played h7, h6, stopping any pieces pretty much. Any pieces jump to g5, knight g5, bishop g5, not happening. And Magnus replied with h5. So one more time in this game, we have a question: how bad or how good is the capture? So now I'm guessing you might as well consider capturing with the other knight from e7, because there is no bishop g5 anymore. So you could potentially take with this knight. And honestly, I'm not sure what Magnus's plan is here.
Oh, but you cannot now because a8 rook is hanging. Oh, there's queen e6.
Queen e6, yeah.
E6
So that's
yeah.
That's kind of the whole point. So that after queen e4, yeah, blocking with the knight would be terrible. Moving the king will be terrible because knight's lost. But queen e6 deals with the both threats. So yeah, once again, I'm not sure exactly why I prefer to capture with this knight, but pretty much any knight to d5 with, you know, with the plan to go c7, c6, be solid on the d5 square, and then I guess castling short nonetheless. So it could be just the rook lift to like h3, g3, but still.
Or do you go Carakan style, rook h4 with the idea of going g4 and
g4, g5.
If you castle your king
yeah,
that direction.
Which I'll probably do, right? Well, I mean, if I want to be clever, maybe I'd go c6 right
Okay,
here.
and if I try to play positionally with a3.
And say, yeah, a3, bishop goes.
And then bishop c.
Yeah, so, well,
C2.
maybe I have
No, whether I want to play bishop c2.
Maybe I have to kind of disclose my plans. So I was thinking, like, if nothing bad happens on the queen side, the very next move, I'm castling long, in fact.
Really?
Yes, and after a4, just go king b7. I'll say, I don't know, g3, say. Solidify move, go once king g2. I'm not saying that's a good move, but just to illustrate, here the plan was, well, castling long perhaps is not the kind of the brightest idea, because a4 now I can't go king b7, but maybe still bishop b6. So I'm saying with the king on b7, I'll be relatively safe, even though the a file opens, because it's hard for white to connect the rooks. It's hard to get kind of queen on the a file. So I'm not sure. The attacking potential is quite limited, and what I'm thinking, perhaps Magnus has the compensation, but it has to be like with very clever moves, because while we are trying to do kind of something very, you know, Trafferet-like, just yeah, like attack this, target that, seems black is getting away with it. Anyway, so this is a very topical move as well with the other knight.
And is after knight Okay, let's say knight e d5.
Yeah.
Is knight e5 a move?
Knight e5. It kind of is, in terms that you are allowed to play knight e5, yeah. But I think if you were relying on this line, then knight e3 might be kind of a... Ah, no. This one's covered. No, silly me. I thought I'm being clever, where I'm certainly not.
But you can still castle, right?
Yeah, you can castle either side and just say I'm up a pawn. So it's... No, but this way white wins the piece back. And I was still looking for the refutation. Wait a second, knight b6. Knight b6, so the queen is hanging.
Queen f3. Oh, no, queen f3. The rook is not hanging at all, yeah?
Knight d5 also blocks the rook, which is already not hanging. I think, yeah, it just doesn't work.
Queen g3? Well, you can just...
Yeah, we can.
And then another idea with that long castle is going to happen.
Yeah, but we are looking at the position where black is up a piece already.
Yep. So knight e5 is not really a good move.
No, knight e5 doesn't really work. But you're right, though, that the knight on f3, as kind of as silly as it sounds, it's not doing very much. It's not doing very much.
But again, it's about to move. And we see, yes.
And the pawn is captured with one of the knights. I
With
don't
E.
see with the e knight, yeah?
The e knight.
Yep.
Excellent.
So, Magnus, prove where your compensation is. Because we do not see it for now.
Yeah. So can we go back to the game between Cardano versus Jordan van Vers? Because this can end anytime soon.
Board 8, right?
Yeah. Well,
Board 8. So knight e4 is what we've seen, and we figured out white was winning.
It was the killer blow. And
H7.
Jordan put the king on h7.
Check.
The check. He
Here.
snapped the king.
Queen
forward.
g5 is already on the board.
Queen g5, yeah.
Queen
Yep.
g5 is already on. I think Kaidanov just cruising to victory at that point.
And let's just run through the king h7 line one more time.
h7,
King h7, queen h5,
knight g5.
knight g5, and say the rook moves to e8,
e8.
just to overprotect.
Okay,
e6.
e8.
To protect.
Yeah, to protect, yes. No, not overprotect.
Not over. Right? Not over. Okay, it's the easiest, perhaps. I mean, once again, there might be something more efficient, but like if I'm kind of not fighting my urge not to think,
Yeah, elementary.
I'm claiming, that this one's winning.
Okay. So
So I guess, there was one moment that I thought might have been. Yeah, wait a sec. How was it? Queen g5, king to f7, rook here, queen to e5, rook check, king to g8. And then I realized you can take on b7 and you're up a piece because this knight cannot be taken. Yeah.
also elementary as well. Well,
We
Jordan.
have king f7.
We have king f7,
King
so
f7.
after rook d1, I don't know if the game will continue at all. Because, black is just falling apart. Rook a to d1 on the board.
Already played.
On
I
the
think
board.
we can expect some resignation soon.
Move 23. Yeah, that's a disastrous game for one
There's-
forest.
There's almost
Yeah.
no hope in this
But
game
it
anymore.
does mean that Gregory Kaidanov moves to 5 points
Wow.
out of 7. And it puts him in that chasing pack.
Right. Did he win something with the world veteran title or something?
Yes, he did.
He did.
Yeah, it was
Like
the world
Under
um,
60
I think
or
over 50.
of the 50?
Yeah, no, under,
Under 60
They have like
works,
over 50
yeah.
and over 65, right?
Under
And he was
60
part of
works.
the over 50 team that represented United
United
States at the World Senior Championships.
Oh,
And-
Queen E5. Jordan.
Yeah, but that's exactly
But that's the line.
the line.
That's the
yeah.
line that you already
Looking.
showed.
Rook d7.
King
and
G8.
And rook
You
takes bishop.
take the bishop.
And
I mean, once again, you probably could search for something, but you don't need to. It's a piece-up position, just take it.
And Kaidanov just played something. He took it, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, he took on d7,
already.
very hard to resist, to take on
And-
d7 with a check.
Anish Giri is looking at his compatriot.
Yeah,
Also-
but the body language, look
Yeah.
at it, it says it all. Yeah, Jordan is completely resigned to his fate.
Rook b7, yeah.
Rook b7 on the board.
Move 25. And out of
Yeah.
kind of stubbornness and not willing to lose the miniature, which we refer to kind of to the games with less than 25 moves played, right? So you could play a couple of moves more.
Is it less than 25?
I think less than 25 included
Oh,
is a
okay.
miniature.
I always had it in my head it was
Less than
20.
Ah,
Could be.
I think it's
What the-
25, but yeah.
Once again, it's so, artificial, all this.
Also, if you play 25 moves and with the span of 4 hours, I don't think it's going to be called miniature as well. So it also, I think, depending on how much time you spend on the game.
Yeah, but it's never recorded, right?
Ah.
All that's recorded is
Just
the
the
moves.
moves,
Yeah. You lost quickly. Even if it was correspondence, it took you half a year, but you lost quickly.
It took something. Jordan just
Rook b7, yeah.
Queen b2.
Queen b2, yeah. Understandable. Because you're
Okay.
trying to get some pieces for, or rather some pawns for the piece you're walking. The knight is hanging.
So the knight will be moving maybe to
Yeah.
c5.
So the question is like, where do you go? You can go to c5, you can go g3 maybe? To h5, yeah?
Yeah,
Well,
C5, I like
is
C5.
Kaidanov's oyster here. Well, Kaidanov is winning here. Shall we move on to the other games? Because
Right, absolutely.
I'm dying to check out Maksudlu against Nakamura because we left it at a very critical point. And I can see it. It is
It is queen a4 on the
heating
board.
up. So
It is queen
E4
a4 on the
was not
board.
played.
Right, so queen a4, and it could possibly mean that after knight c6
There's
there
knight
was
E5.
something. There is knight e5, there is once again e4 pawn takes knight e5, so on. Yeah, but knight e5 is kind of simple and strong. So what Naka ended up playing was knight d7, after which queen b5 seemingly would win a pawn, at least that was our plan, right?
Yeah, but why didn't he do that? Let's figure.
Because he thought maybe knight e5 is even stronger. Could this be a case? Knight e5 was played by Maksudlu, and he was answered with rook to d8. So now, white can do things. Things being, you could think of capturing the a7 pawn, funny enough. I mean, trading d7, like knight takes, don't know, like rook takes perhaps, and queen a7. And it's, you're going to lose the momentum a little bit, but it's a very, very important pawn. And then you just say, if you're allowed to develop e3, and so on, d5 will be so weak. But that's, yeah, once again, that's pensioners chess, and instead maybe you're looking for something more
No,
substantial.
Now he plays e4.
Now he plays e4. Wow. Wait a second. So if pawn takes, and rather when pawn takes, because I don't think black has that many other moves.
Then maybe taking on. Okay, there's so many candidate moves here. Knight e4, bishop c4, queen a7.
Wait a second.
Even castles.
There's also, well, having said that, I'm thinking, is bishop d6 ever an alternative?
Because you can't go knight takes knight because you can retreat the bishop.
Yes, like knight takes, bishop takes, right?
And
And d4's hanging.
exactly, and then you're going to have to grab the pawn on a7, but
Yeah, like takes
Black is
a7.
primed.
That could be, yeah, could be still good for white, but at least black kind of getting somewhere, right? Takes on e4 and even castling. No, castling immediately there is e5,
no, but
which
even
is
that is
annoying. Yeah,
but even that is pretty dangerous because you can
castles e5 and e5
you
doesn't
can
really.
take,
Yeah, like takes. I thought takes and
and
queen
then
e3.
three, and then
Queen e3 and you just move, right?
Queen
yeah,
d6.
queen d6.
Queen d6 castles though.
Ah, you get out of dodge like that.
Yeah, there's no d4 and there is no rook e8. And yeah, that's a piece up.
Yeah.
But anyway, like after e4, the most tempting thing is to take on e4. And then, as Irene pointed out, it's a bajillion different attractive moves.
Let's take a look one by one. Knight e4.
Knight e4, yeah. The queen is not as mobile as you would like it to be, right? But queen f4, let's say, a move with the tempo. Where does the knight go? Now, seriously, I'm not sure about this e4 thing.
Yeah.
Can we look, instead of knight takes e4,
Yep.
I would have preferred to introduce a new piece to the
This guy.
equation and play bishop takes c4.
Bishop takes c4. I don't have that much of a choice but to take it.
And then I will capture that one with my queen.
Knight e5. I don't see how we benefit from it. I mean, we probably win the pawn back, but that's about it, right? Ah, no, hang on a second.
No, we don't
So
win
you
the pawn.
take and you give a check. Maybe that's your point.
Yeah, we'll pretend
Because
that was the point.
Rook d7.
Then rook
We go.
d-
No, castle's
No, you can
long.
go
I mean,
rook
Miro,
d1.
learn rules of chess, please, right? I mean, before you commentating on the event.
rook d1.
Rook d1. I would much rather prefer to castle, so that both rooks are playing.
Yeah. So
Can I trick the machine?
No.
No.
It doesn't even allow you to.
It does, yeah, it does know the rules. Anyway, rook d1 looks very, very bad for black, right? You are.
Okay, let's pretend that I just play bishop d6.
Here. But then,
You just
yeah.
play queen e4 maybe, yeah? Or
I don't want to kind of give up on this pin that easily.
so just castle. Oh, castle.
Castle? Yeah, that was, I wanted to.
I was thinking knight takes.
Let me be honest, I wanted to castle, but then for whatever reason, I changed my mind. But rook d5 is,
Ah, okay, yeah.
in fact,
Because I wanted
kind of
knight takes
annoying,
e4, yeah.
right? Or maybe not. Like you wanted
I wanted
to
knight takes e4.
knight takes, but then my worry was that you can actually castle.
Then queen takes.
Queen takes rook, queen takes knight, king f1. Yeah, well,
taking
you're an exchange
inspiration
up.
from
Yeah, you're an
Magnus.
exchange up.
Although maybe am I going to get problems? Because I can hide my king on g2.
Yeah. So it's a check, king f1. I thought maybe I have
What
some
about rook e8 actually?
rook e8.
Then I have to go queen
b5, yeah.
Okay. Whew.
It's an exchange.
Yeah.
So many things going on. And
But yeah.
what did Hikaru do?
a6, something we didn't anticipate at all.
We didn't.
a6 was the b5 idea.
Wow.
So again, e takes d5. He's planning to go b5, right?
Yeah, but is this working?
Do you take on
Take
e6.
take on
The
a6?
answer is no.
No.
Or you can.
a6?
Yeah,
not-
queen takes a6. Queen takes a6.
e6
Is this bad?
And then you want to take on d7 or
I want to win the queen back. I mean, taking on d7 is flashy, but I prefer to win the queen back.
Oh my god, it's winning.
I mean, it's technically, I don't know if it's winning, but
It's winning.
it does.
Yeah.
Wow.
wow.
But then it's just winning, period, because,
Yeah, it is.
I mean, what do you do
The
after
best
b...
move after b5 is actually to take the pawns.
No, no,
One
but-
is pawn takes bishop.
Queen a6 winning,
Yeah.
d6
Yeah.
winning. But what does that mean, this a6 move then?
It means it's a mistake, actually.
And e4, what was the line we were looking? de4, right?
Yeah, we were looking at d4. Now, you know something funny?
Yeah.
And
Tell
it's
us.
really weird, but the best move in the position was to go bishop c5 instead of pawn takes pawn.
Bishop c.
e4,
Yeah.
bishop c5. Wow,
Can you
this
imagine
is like
what kind
this
of
is
move that
so
would have
hard
been if
to.
it appeared on the
Yeah,
board?
that's an impressive move. So you guard this guy, you attack this guy, and you force white to kind of clarify the situation in the center. But yeah, that's almost impossible to play.
Exactly.
It's almost impossible.
This is
to play.
why I prefer to look at the screen and use my stockfish 0.001,
Yeah.
the brain.
But Hikaru played a6 confidently, knowing that this is actually a complex position to think about, but he how much time did he spend for this move? Not much.
Yeah, wait. So E takes D5 is asking to be played.
Yeah, and we will play it.
Right, and then I'm just trying to kind of deduct. So B5, there is like at least a couple of refutations we are aware of, both Queen A6, like two possible moves. Take the bishop or takes the pawn, and both win. So he could not rely on B5. Maybe he's planning something else. That's my point. Like
like what?
Like Bishop F5 and who knows.
But then you take the pawn on C4.
And then B5, yeah. Bishop C4 and
then you can go B5.
Yeah, so that's
or is there that Erigaisi has taught us something?
Yeah, like you take with the knight, you take with the bishop, and you claim that this pin is enough, which might be a rightful claim, right?
Yeah, because you can't get out of it, right? You go bishop D6.
So you go bishop D6 and white just castles.
Yeah.
That's a disaster. Yeah, rook E1, you just win. You just win pretty much. Yeah.
And if you just take on, bishop E5, the E5 Queen E7.
Queen E7. Yeah, you just win longer. I don't know. I want to say this should win.
Well, you've also got moves like G4 first as well.
Yeah. That's fair enough. I mean.
Well,
and Parham took it.
Yeah, G4 must be even strong. Yeah.
This is what happens when two of the most creative players in the world playing in one match like this. It's just fascinating to see. After DE, I'd like very much to see this continuation with DE and EF. It would be it'd be way too spectacular to happen.
Yeah, let's show the conclusion.
So we
Miro,
take this one, we take this one, and then I'm not sure what Black's doing, but pretty much the idea was, like here we win the queen back, and we end up with kind of
so many pawns.
the whole bunch of extra pawns, because it's a fair chance that we'll be able to pick the kind of both A pawns as well, and it's already +2 for white, yeah. And if he was to go king E7, then the other knight wins the queen, so it's a check on D5. King goes somewhere, knight F6, and no, it's just a disaster. Too many extra pawns for white.
Wow.
It's a huge surprise to see Hikaru having a lost position in like 12 moves. If anything, he taught us that he changed his style and he's very solid nowadays.
Yeah, he totally is very solid. And one of the things, though, we must not underestimate Hikaru, because he is a fabulous defender. Like, he really is one of the world's best in this.
So that's what he does. Pawn takes D5, bishop F5 is what he played.
And Parham gave him a side eye, like.
Do you think Parham will take the pawn? It is very much in Parham's style, right?
Yeah.
He prides himself on playing fighting chess, the most committal move on the board.
Bishop C4. No, you know what? I think what you do after bishop C4 is you actually play bishop D6, and you, kind of trying to prove compensation for 2 pawns this time, which is a bit trickier.
Yeah.
Castles still, right? So bishop E5, D5 will lead to the same thing. B5 would lead to the same thing, but you can castle. And then B5 is perhaps a threat?
Yeah, it is a threat, and obviously knight takes knight is also in the air.
Yeah, and something like this.
Or you could just push F4. Cementing the knight on the center.
B5 though.
But B5, right?
That's true.
I mean, it could be like you're sacrificing a piece, but not very likely. No, I thought knight D7, bishop D7 move the queen and say, kind of 2 pawns up.
Queen to D1.
2 pawns up. Black can fight though, right? It's not impossible that black saves this one.
No, certainly not. And okay, well, there's a lot of drama in this particular game, but I'd like to go and pay a visit to the tournament leaders. First up, Yakuboev against Erigaisi, because again, everyone woke up today and was like, let's just imbalance the position. And, well, when we left it, it was this very natural position. And
so, bishop c4, c5, and yeah, I think one of the breaks I looked at it and kind of, all the excitement disappeared because that's symmetrical, and they'll start trading, and they did. So knight e4, knight e4, queen e4, and then b6.
Very interesting invitation for the...
Yeah, like the most natural way to develop, but there is a little problem with it because white can take the rook, and he did it, and then bishop b7, queen goes, rook a8. It's not that uncommon of a trade of this queen for two rooks, and usually like a pawn or two, so in our case a pawn, and white would be much better / winning have he had like a bishop on c3, let's say, bishop on f1, like everything solid pretty much. So black has a very limited time window to, to develop some sort of initiative, which he starts with bishop d6. So, part of me just wants to say, okay, you want the pawn, take the pawn. Like, gotta go bishop d2, and if you're trading this and capturing h2, okay, king f1, maybe I go to e2, maybe I go king g2.
King g2, right? I've seen that done before. King g2, rook c1.
Yeah, pretty much saying like this is not that important of a pawn. Yeah, so that's one option, of course, and you could as well take care of your pawn by, say, going h3.
Well, what is he doing? He decided
bishop to d2. Yeah, bishop to d2.
Development is key.
These youngsters, they're not afraid at all. They just go for their ideas, which is always refreshing to see.
Well, yeah, you're right. You see that with the younger players.
Yeah.
They always want to sacrifice material in order to get dynamic play, and no fear whatsoever.
Yeah. It feels like me when I was younger, actually for a different reason. Maybe that's the only way for me to play, the only way I know. But for them, it's their preference. Of course, they're capable of playing positional chess or strategical chess as well.
And, okay, so this one is looking like it's very interesting. Who do we think is better, actually? I suspect white.
Probably white, yeah.
White is better. If the two rooks are able to coordinate, and if white manages to keep the king in safety, then the two rooks are going to be superior.
And the extra pawn on the queen side, I think it's also it's a significant thing to evaluate as well.
Yeah. So if we were to look once again at this bishop f3, rook pawn takes. Sorry, pawn takes, and maybe not taking on h2, but something like. Queen c5 is way too optimistic, right? No, I feel like I should take, and then king g2 and go back, right?
And then rook c1?
Rook c1 and go back again, I guess.
Rook c8?
Yeah, wow. That's why I felt that's why I felt uncomfortable, yeah. Now I realize, yeah. So this is just purely bad then I can't really take on h2. So that's why I felt like queen c5 was... I felt the need to play queen c5, queen g5,
Well, Arjun has made a move.
It's knight c5.
Knight to c5, okay. Bishop d2, knight to c5, makes sense. But he's gonna... and then knight b3 is what he wants. I thought, like, white's gonna play bishop e2, but then knight b3 and some tricks.
But you can still go rook c1.
Rook c1,
you can also go bishop b4 as well.
And I think he's going to do it. Rook ac1 and moving the queen maybe so that the knight can really attack.
Okay, that's a much better version. Yeah, after rook ac1, it's a much better version of what I was trying to achieve. Like take here and go, say, queen e7. So opting for this check. I don't know how serious this check is, but at least something.
Yeah, but you can go bishop b5, anchor the bishop.
5, yeah. Queen.
King
queen check or queen h4 maybe. Queen h4.
Yeah, so now you have to be careful that you do something with the king.
You probably go f4, right?
Yeah, I can go f4. I was also thinking king f1 just to hide on
King
e2.
f1 works.
Also, I like bishop e1.
Bishop e1.
The bishop e1, I was a little bit afraid of queen h3.
But then you go.
Oh, rook
It is
takes
hanging.
bishop.
But you can also
yeah.
take this guy. Yeah.
And bishop is hanging, yeah.
You can also take this guy.
Also, the back rank, be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll give a check. I'll go g6, right? And then b4 is very annoying, in fact, because my knight loses an outpost. Anyway, that's fast plate. Very sharp position. Once again, do we have any quiet positions?
Well, I'm going to move us down, if you want a quiet position, to Narayanan against Sindarov. And this one is quieter, but I feel it's still pretty sharp,
Still,
actually.
yeah.
There's still some action there.
Still not as quiet, right?
Big
it
threat
was-
on the board.
Yeah, it
Okay.
was this, what would we call it, like double fan chat. So bishop e3 instead of e4 was played. Knight to e4, knight to e4, bishop d4, c5, d takes, and to my surprise, pawn captures c6. I thought you'd take with the bishop, but maybe then bishop takes and knight e5, something like bishop g7, knight e5. Anyway, pawn takes back. The bishops traded. Interestingly, somewhere around here with black, I would be looking for, for the opportunity to swap the queens, because like few moves later, queen d4, knight g4. Guards this, threatens a funny trap, rook a to d1, so there is no time to play h5 or something. Knight d6, bishop b7, knight b7, e4, and turns out the queen is like really badly placed.
It's on the verge of getting trapped. Rook a
Queen
d1.
d8 and rook a to d1.
And now there's some hesitation from black, because queen e7 looks like the most natural move, right? You keep control over the f6 square.
Yeah. I would be worried about queen either d2 or c1. I'm not sure which one's better.
And if you just go h5.
Even with the position of, let's say, queen c3 instead of queen d2 check, and then f6, e5, and after f5, knight f6, I think it's already like looking very good for white.
Yeah, it is, but he's still not resigning. When I'm not so sure about what he does after queen d2.
h5?
h5, it's queen h6 and
Thinking.
rook to d7, and I think it's one moment when I've
1-0.
kind of
GG.
outsmarted you. And yeah, and the reason black plays h5 and not say rook d8 is because then white can go for like brutal check and e5. Like, yeah, so it looks very kind of very scary, right?
Yeah.
What do you do? Like queen g5 could be an alternative, right? Attacking the knight for now, but I don't know how long it lasts.
You can give a check first on
Yeah,
c3
we could
to
give
cut
a
the king
check.
off.
f6.
And then-
After f6,
Funny enough, this could be the move, or f3 with h4 idea. Then the queen would be like boxed on h5 or something. You could also do it in this way. Takes here, and you go.
Rook to
What was the plan?
rook to.
Rook to d1, I was a bit hesitant
d8.
because the knight is hanging, also rook d8, yeah. And f3 is not so clever as well. Or, yeah, h3. Let me go h3.
I like
But
queen
wait.
f3
Wait 1 second, guys.
Yeah.
instead of h3. Queen f3, you're attacking a bunch of things. You have e5, you have h4,
And after h5.
and f6 is hanging.
Yeah. Maybe you're right. I was thinking h5, but then you go e5, not the less. Yep.
Wow, that's a nice line there, Irene.
Anyway,
So-
even if we kind of made a mistake in those forcing variations, possibly, but
guys,
it highlights how dangerous Black's position is.
and I've consulted the oracle, and the oracle says White
Plus what?
has like a winning advantage, plus 2.1.
Wow. What is going on with this round? Like earlier, in the first 2 hours, we
Goes as
already
predicted.
see-
Everyone is solid.
Well, we already have a result.
We already
saw
have a
that
result,
Gregory
yes.
Kaidanov
Kaidanov
did
has
win
won.
against Van
Van
Foreest. It was to be expected. Jordan was a piece down.
And the game between Parham versus Hikaru, did we analyze G4?
No, we didn't analyze G4.
We didn't analyze G4, shall we?
Let's go.
Shall we go back? Yeah, so here, E takes D5, bishop F5, and I kept arguing that, yeah, take the pawn, B2 pawns up, but he goes G4. And what do you even do after G4? It's an attempt to kind of win at once, right? Not to drag the game.
Well, what is
down.
the threat? Let's obviously apart from
G
attacking the
takes
bishop.
G takes the bishop.
I'm
So let's
aware
say
of that.
bishop goes to G6 or something?
Yeah,
Bishop
like,
G6. Then perhaps the argument is this
Knight
this
takes
this guy is not
Yeah.
not as protected. So maybe not knight takes knight, but
G5
say
could be.
if queen
It's
takes
just too much. And then bishop H3. I don't know whether it works, but
bishop H3.
yeah, but then you've got bishop F.
That's
Bishop F5.
certainly an idea, but maybe we have to kind of find the better execution for that.
You could also go H4. And
H4 was one of
chase it down.
one of the ideas I had. I'm a bit worried, like after G4, is B5 ever a move? Because no more tactics like here, and A6 is currently protected.
Right, but I guess you could just drop the queen back to D1 and just go no harm done.
Ah, so you mean like you are giving up on this
Yeah.
side? Yeah, but wait a second, then knight E5, is it any good?
And then pawn takes bishop.
Takes bishop and you almost trapped the knight.
Almost.
Almost, but back to D7
And now
it goes.
Oh, I kind of wanted to go queen F3, but okay, bishop H3.
Yeah,
And
no,
I don't know
no.
whether I wanted to go bishop.
think
I
it
might
would-
want to go bishop G2 or something.
I think it would have been better instead of taking the bishop, you play queen E2. And then you are still attacking the knight and the bishop at the same
We
time.
need to.
I like working with you, Irene. You always spot the moves. I just don't even think about queen E2. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and takes the knight. How does it look?
Takes the
Having two
knight.
pawns in the center like this.
Not for
But you've
long.
got bishop F3.
Not for long, I'm afraid. Yeah. It looks like we will end up being down a pawn. I think.
Oh, there's still so many.
Yeah. So that's why I'm surprised a bit, because I'm not saying that it's bad what he's doing.
Or you can take on D7
Just
first.
feels
the B5,
unnecessary,
and then
right?
queen D1.
Feels unnecessary. So take on D7 first. Bishop takes D7. Queen D1. But look, like compared to this other line, we are only one pawn up. We've created a whole bunch of weaknesses. I'm not sure about bishop
Yeah.
D6, by the way, because knight D4, right? We've created a whole bunch of weaknesses. So something is off here. I don't think his plan after B5 is... No, probably this is what you do, indeed. And I'm with Jovi on pawn taking the bishop, and after knight D7, maybe say queen F3, knight E4, some combination
I
of
wasn't
those
sure whether
moves.
to go bishop G2, castle the king.
Yeah, but
Or queen G4.
I'm afraid, like, if he's going to take this one, he's... I know.
What about if you hold on to F?
This one we win, right? Sorry, queen E2
Queen E2,
check
yeah.
and D6. So bishop G2, bishop bishop E7 maybe. Bishop E7. Just feel like knowing how tricky Hikaru is, he's going to find his way out. So that's what I'm somewhat afraid of.
It's Hikaru.
Yeah.
This is Hikaru's calling card, you know. He gets a bad position, he protects his pieces, and he keeps the game alive.
Yeah, and B5 just...
B5, yeah. Queen to D1.
Immediately. Wow.
Well, it was the only square for the queen. Well, I could have put it on A5, but, you know, no,
that's
thank you.
good, yeah. Okay. And I think he's going to take the knight right now. I don't see any other move for black. So knight takes knight.
Takes knight. Like taking back the knight doesn't make so much sense, right? It's a check. And what do you do? Yeah. Really surprising.
Well,
yep, knight takes knight. Is he getting away with
pawn
it?
takes bishop.
Yes.
Played instantly.
Right, and I guess it might still be a huge advantage for white. It's just that, you know, the structure looks terrible. Coming back to, you know, counting pawn islands thing.
Wow.
White has too many of those.
Yes.
Do you know what the best move? Okay, so I'm just inputting
Right.
moves onto the computer because of the 15-minute time delay.
Yes.
And the best move for
Knight D3?
Hikaru was not to go b5.
No, not to go b5.
No, no,
Okay.
b5 is worse
Okay.
for black.
And
Instead, it's the old chestnut that we saw before,
Bishop
that the
C-
computer wanted to play.
Bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
Wow.
Whoa.
Still
Still works.
Yeah, yeah.
Incredible. And then if you take this guy, it's bishop
But
e4,
I don't know what it's on about because immediately it
knight
kind of,
b7, you take on c3.
yeah, it's just
It's just kind
crazy stuff,
of,
right?
kind of nonsense.
But okay, not yeah. Oh, it's just weird stuff, right? So
Again, so believe it or not, but yeah, g4, bishop c5 was a thing,
yeah.
which is once again very hard to come up with.
I mean, who apart from the silicon monster comes up with something like that? I mean, you just have to be a creative genius. And okay, so forgivable that Hikaru didn't find it. And its verdict after b5 is that white is much better. After,
Ooh, knight goes to
Knight to
d3.
d3, that's, yeah, upon some consideration.
yep,
I
that was
thought
the top choice.
might have been the move.
And
Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, I'd guess.
yes.
Yeah.
And then what's the
And what's the
head
verdict?
count? Yeah, so
Well,
2 pawns up, but you know, somewhat.
double pawns.
Yeah, some pawns are not.
Not as good
okay,
as the others.
wait one second. Irene,
Yes.
how many pawn islands?
1, 2, 3, 4
4, not so many.
compared to 2.
Not so many.
4 pawn islands.
Do you know something?
4 double pawns. Hmm?
When I was younger, I was taught that double pawns, especially ones like this that are unsupported, they count as 2 pawn islands.
Wow.
Could be.
But no one else on the planet has been taught that apart from me. So
Yeah, I don't think we should talk a lot about pawn islands because it kind of gives away the, you know, how old we are.
what do we call them?
I don't know. They're just bad structure, good structure. Pretend we never heard of pawn islands.
Oh, right.
Because it's been like, I don't know,
Oh my
ages
God,
ago.
am I showing my age?
So G6, no? G6, or what did he do? No, he didn't do G6. But they're playing so fast.
Yeah, they're
though.
playing so fast
As if it was all easy, right?
it was just very obvious to me. Move like that. Okay, knight e4, bishop e7.
Bishop E7,
Oh,
knight
bishop E7.
E4.
Yeah.
So this there were.
So there is no queen F5. That partially was the reason I thought of G6, to
Knight.
be able to take the pawn. So here it's knight D6. The queen's just lost. Knight E4 still has some squares for this queen, though.
H6.
Well, H6 is the square, H4 is the square, and B6 is the square. So one of the three. Where else he go? He went to B6. He went to B6. So now D5 pawn is hanging. And what do we do? Like if we castle, in fact either side, I think after rook D5 black might be okay. It almost feels like white is obliged to do something extraordinary. What could it possibly
you
be?
Can
I don't know.
counter-attack, right? You can go rook to G1.
Rook G1, yeah. Rook G1 is something to try. And then,
Although you still have to face rook to D5.
yeah, like rook D5, rook G7,
Yeah, then you've
and
got
some queen D4.
Queen D4 business.
Rook D4, right? The queen D4, say. But here, at least you can say that I'm a pawn up. And it's a bit awkward for black to establish coordination. So maybe it is still
Maybe it's,
rook C1, and you know.
if I see it for the first time, I would say white is winning, maybe. It's just the knight.
In comparison, it's not so much, right? But in comparison, it's not so much, but might be still like very good for white. Yeah, so rook G1. I was thinking castle. How lost is that? Looks lost, I understand, but how lost is that?
Well, what will white play? So white has some options.
No.
You can go queen to G3, threaten checkmate. That's always going to set the pulses racing.
Yeah, but then,
You also got
yeah.
F6.
Queen D4, right?
Yeah, you could also go castle queenside and say,
You take one pawn, but then I'll
Yeah.
attack you for
You
sure.
go D6
right?
first.
Go D6 first, which is a thing, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
take it.
And then I think. Because
then-
this looks like the right way to start.
Yeah, but right you are. D6 is not bad. And then could this be that you actually don't do anything?
Aha, I found
Like
it.
castling or something?
What if I just play knight F6 right now?
You can guess my move.
King
yeah.
H8, Queen H3. If you take, then I have Queen H6 with the idea of G7 or F6.
can we put that on the board?
Yeah, we could. And we will end up
But there's
with
bishop before.
a lot of pawn islands, right? So this, I mean...
There's the bishop before.
There
You
is
still
like
have
bishop before
H6.
immediately. There's bishop before
Yeah.
immediately, A, B, and queen F6. And this is what I said when I...
Yeah. Close.
I'm not
Close
happy with my
enough.
pawn structure with white,
And if
if you ask me.
okay, what about if you instead of going rook G1, you just play sensible chess like castles?
And yeah, so-
something like that. Rook C1. I don't know whether rook C1 does anything. I just want to bring the rooks into
Wait a
the game.
second. Rook C1
Rook C1 looks
might
good.
be
pawn.
a super clever move, because if he doesn't take, we might have rook C6, like say black decides to castles,
Yes.
then rook C6 looks super promising. But rook C6, then F6, and so on. So we force him to take on D5.
Yes.
And then we go, give a check. And, I don't know.
Rook D8 back.
Yeah, like rook D8, we capture on D8,
We're still
something
a
take.
pawn up.
Yeah, we're still a pawn up, and I don't know if that was ever our idea to do, but we've simplified it a little, and it's kind of easier to hold to our gains. Maybe black still has the compensation, but yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
crazy position, and
We
it
have
seems
another
like
result.
We have another result.
another
Which
result.
one?
It's Shimanov versus Fedosiev, and
Shimanov
Shimanov won.
absolutely crushed
Yeah,
Fedosiev.
okay. Can we just
No, it
take
was
a
a-
look at the ending of that?
That was a beautiful game. Here was the pawn was sacrificed. It just left on c3, and it was sacrificed for something like that. So bishop on a5 is clearly out of play, and white is like pushing. f6, and yeah, here, okay, of course, there are many questions to be answered, so we just go through the game. Knight e5. But yeah, like if you look at what white's doing, plays sensible moves, like moves forward, right? Knight a5, bishop f1, rook f1 takes, queen b7, knight a6, and d6. So wins the knight on a6 and has absolutely dominant position. So
Yeah.
Fedoseev just had enough. And speaking of miniatures, it's 22 moves.
It's miniature.
And
yeah.
that does end Fedoseev's comeback. You know, he had
Yep.
won 4 games in a row after a dismal start to the tournament. And okay, I also really want to go to several games. Everywhere I turn, there's just craziness on the board. Can we just revisit Narayanan against Sindarov? Because
Both 4. Yeah.
well,
Rook
because,
AD1, Queen
Queen
C7.
C7 was played.
And he played... It's too slow, I'm sorry. It's like, what's
Yeah.
this Rook D3?
What's wrong with Queen C4 or Queen D2? Just a direct attack to the king.
I don't think there is an answer. I don't think there is... Yeah, well, Queen D2... I'm afraid F5 is what you do. I mean, I know, F5 and then you resign after that,
Yeah.
right? But if you don't, how do you stop a check followed by knight F6?
I don't know.
Ah, well, you do F6. Okay, F6 makes sense.
Yeah, but you still
F6.
have ideas of...
Uh-huh.
It's still
Five.
terrible.
Queen H6 check. And then
It's still
E5
terrible, I understand, but
And
you know,
E5.
goes somewhere. E5. Ah, no, wait. If I would have gone to H8, E5, is there a chance I can do this?
Yes, you can.
And don't ask me, yeah, I do know it looks terrible, but I'm just trying to survive here. And Rook D8, still like such a terrible position. H4, H5, you know.
Or doubling the rook
pretty much
profile.
anything. Pretty much anything.
looks bad, but after Rook D2, Rook D3
Rook
rather.
D3, maybe his argument is that
Well, he
how
wants
do
to
you,
go Queen to D2.
and
That's the
how
big
do you
threat.
equalize? Yeah, like Queen D3 is one thing. It could be, you know, one of those
Rook D8.
devilish traps. Like
Yeah.
you go H5 and then there is a check, F6, Queen D2, double attack. Here and here. You know. And then this probably wins. I mean, I would suppose it.
And if you challenge
be
for the
winning.
D line, because
After Rook D3.
after
right?
Rook D3,
And you have Queen
The-
D2.
I
Rook
haven't
D-
worked out what happens after Queen D2, but I'm guessing you can
Just
get away with...
Same kind of, you have to go F6 or something, right? Now, the thing that I was thinking, like, this E1 rook is not used, so if I just add it to the equation, you can trade one rook away, but the
Yeah,
other one,
I will trade them both away.
yeah, like, the other one you really can't, right?
because there's Queen D2.
Queen C3 or Queen D2,
Yeah,
something's
can't.
going to happen.
Oy. No, because then you cannot capture the rook, because otherwise you've just conceded another trump to white.
Yeah.
Because if you can't go Rook D8 because of Queen C... I mean, unless you give up material, right?
Yeah, so white certainly wins at least something in this line.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's Black's
Well.
best shot, actually, just
Yeah.
to give up a pawn to survive. And, okay.
Narayanan wants his soul lead back, it seems, right?
Well, there's a lot of money and pride at stake. So let's go down, because, like I said, every single position is
Yeah.
just wild.
And
Paravan?
May I ask you to, like, just quickly, I'll click on
Yep.
board 3, what happened here? Not much. Not much. So, knight c5, rook a to c1 happened, so he pinned the knight. Yakuboyev. Queen b8, bishop b4, once again pins the knight. Bishop f3, gf3. And now you can capture on h2, king goes somewhere. And the knight is... The knight's capturing the bishop now? What?
Maybe Bishop E7.
Almost for sure bishop e7, but then bishop goes here,
And
and you
takes.
take it. And doesn't matter what he takes it back with. Rook d8. Oh no, wait a second. I take with the queen.
The Rook D8.
Rook d8. I take that, and I go knight c5. Yeah, and then you go b3. Then you go b3.
Or you can take and then play Bishop D4. Because you always have f4 if there's e5.
Yeah, this works, but...
and then you're tapping the knight.
You go e... and then you like kind of win this forced thing because this promotes and this doesn't, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, no, wait a second.
One tempo short.
There's like, I know, h5 I'll take, yeah. And d3 I'm already on a5, yeah.
And it's promotion with
Promotion with a check.
Okay, I'm actually gonna say let's head back to Magnus's game against Carakan because Magnus sacrificed the pawn. Now I'm looking at the black king. It's castle queenside, just like you advocated.
Rook
but
h4.
show us how did we
Castle's
get to this
long.
position?
But he just castles long. He does not care about c6 even. a3, bishop a5, a4, bishop to b6, knight goes to d2, rook h e8, a takes. And I don't feel kind of very comfortable asking this, but is Magnus's position okay? Could this be that he's in trouble?
Let me consult the oracle. The oracle was not that impressed
With black's position?
Play.
The knight e4 or something. What's the move then? Is it knight e4?
AB, knight e4 is the best move in the position. And it says, black is half a pawn up.
Yeah, so that pretty much means that there is some compensation. There's some compensation. Okay, fair enough.
But I don't know, I mean, also looking at the clock times as well, I see that Magnus is 45 minutes, Carakan just
16 minutes.
Yeah, 16 minutes and ticking down.
And they need 20 more moves or 21 moves for Carakan. No, 20 moves.
20 moves.
And with moves like knight to e4 in the air, you can shuffle the queen over to f3. The black king is shaky.
Yeah, but not so much though. They're like c6, king b7, and black will be the one using the a file,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you have to act precisely with white as well.
And yeah, what happens if black tries to simplify? So say, for instance, you go knight e4. The position is very messy, so...
Yeah, like this is not the right way to simplify, right?
Because there's too much pressure on d5.
I think it's just like forced.
Isn't there bishop takes knight?
Or bishop takes knight first, and then take this guy, and then take with the bishop, so you end up being up a pawn.
Okay.
But after knight e4, one thing I thought you could do is actually play king b7. And if knight f6, you take with the knight.
And if you still go queen f3?
Queen f3 here.
Then you're going to go queen.
I thought c6, but might be missing something.
And then the secret goal of every gambiter is to recover material.
Win the pawn back.
Yeah.
But how do we do it?
Well, you can go knight to knight.
Takes and
then
takes
bishop
on
takes
h6. Happily.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, that must not be that bad, right? And once again, we get some really sharp game going. I guess take the bishop, and after queen f6, maybe go d5, so that I have my target as well. And you take h6, and black starts jumping queen f5, and who knows what's that. Maybe it's just nonsense. Maybe white's already better. But that's the thing with Magnus, right? Even if his position isn't objectively that great, he's the one capable of keeping the tension. And it's very easy to crack under this tension.
And let's also hurry down to Max Hooley, because this game is super fascinating, and we, of course, Magnus is thinking, but there's been developments happening.
Yeah. So
d6, bishop takes f6.
This is a very, very clever move by Parham, I would say. Sacrificing this pawn and then play f6 and try to damage the king's position, the black's king. And
I guess that's kind of the tactical justification of right?
Yeah.
So queen e3, and you'd like to castle, but you cannot. And you know what's funny? So you would think, like, I go king d7, but then after rook c1, me personally, I don't see how you stop queen h3. It's a sneaky threat. Like rook e8, still queen h3 and d5, yeah? Like say you go rook e8, it's queen h3, rook e6, d5, and white wins. So f6, but Hikaru finds the antidote, it seems. If only white was already castled by then, I would snap take this bishop on e5, sacrifice the queen, and say, yeah, like I've got, you know, all the pawns there and so on. Is there any? No, Miro. That's not how. I'm so tempted.
But it doesn't work.
How would you know? I mean, I'm not sure.
First, maybe
Rook to g8.
Yeah, I have a check.
Then king to d8.
To d8, and I take, and you go queen g6, and I resign.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It didn't work, but it was fun while it lasted. So seriously, though, what do we do?
Well, pawn
Take
takes
g7,
pawn.
yeah? Take
Yeah.
g7, bishop takes g7, and then d4 is targeted so many times.
Yeah, can you just ignore it?
in castle.
That is one idea that I had. Just castle queenside.
Castle queenside.
There's also D. I'm really training on like coming up with alternatives. So castles is option one. There's D5 is another option as well. Castle kingside.
I wasn't so impressed with, say, position after rook d4.
Yeah, here I wanted to go queen to G3.
G3, right, and then say takes here, rook takes.
Oh, you're gonna
Oh, there's rook d6 though, right? Maybe I shouldn't.
You could
Maybe I
play-
shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't take. So it's like after queen g3, maybe castles
yeah.
immediately.
Yeah, here
Castles
I
immediately.
was.
There's also queen h6 check if I've ever needed to guard the bishop.
Yeah.
I think this one, strangely enough, might be perfectly fine for black, even though the king looks exposed.
Yep.
So perhaps d5 would be more ambitious, but also kind of riskier, because b2 might be captured. I mean, if you can capture b2, which you probably can.
Yeah, I think you can. In any case, after queen e2, there is at least bishop e5.
So queen e2, there is also
But of
bishop
course,
a1.
yeah, you have to calculate this one if you want.
Bishop a1, I don't really see any tricks. Right, and if the rook has to move, doesn't matter where it goes, then say bishop e5, and it's very sharp position, but not necessarily a bad one for black.
And if you castle immediately,
Here,
yes, that's also another option.
yes, that is an option. So if we were to try to transpose into our previous line, it'd be rook takes, right?
Yeah, and then here you do have. You got even less choice than before.
Again, like, why do I always want to sacrifice this?
Yeah, I was thinking of
stupid
queen d4,
queen?
bishop d4,
d4, bishop d4,
and take on g7,
and bishop g7, right?
and then rook hd1.
He1.
E1.
Yeah, but then you're allowing castles. So maybe you should
Yeah.
throw in a check. Throw in knight to D.
Knight d6,
Knight
but then
d6,
yeah,
okay.
but then it's absolutely
But then-
impossible to
But then you
make
still can go
work.
rook to
It's a check.
H1, and then yeah, you get out of it with check.
Queen for, yeah. It's only a rook against the queen. So certainly not enough. Even though it looks so tempting. Black plays for how many moves with his king stuck in the center for more than 20 moves.
And what about moves such as queen? Okay, so you take the pawn on G7.
Bishop g7.
Yeah, bishop G7. I do feel that this is the best move. And now we go queen to G3. e3, or you have moves like queen to e2, something
Yeah,
to get out of the line.
we need to black's gonna castle, right? Queen g3, I would guess queen takes pawn might be a move,
And then
playable
castle
move.
kingside,
Castle's kingside.
and no danger.
No danger, it would seem. Yeah, like king is very safe on h8, like with this dark square bishop. I think something went wrong for Maksudlu. Like, not that his position is bad, but he had a decisive advantage at some point. Not anymore. it would
Okay,
seem.
so do you want to hear what the silicon machine is saying?
Of course, yeah.
Saying white is still better, but the only way to be
Better.
a little bit better is to go d5.
D5, okay. But that's a little bit we are talking about, right? While a few moves ago he was like, winning.
But now it's a bit different because
even without taking g7.
Yeah, because this is important because after d5, bishop takes pawn, which is actually recommended.
Oh yeah,
you can go queen e2
you
check.
can go queen e2. You can go queen e2, and now this would result
Knight
in
C5.
knight d6,
Knight d6,
double check,
and then you get checkmated on f7.
Yeah.
Or this, which is also kind of a fancy checkmate.
It's a very nice checkmate.
Yep. And after queen e2, of course, he's not falling for it, but he does what? He goes bishop e5, right? Or
Yes.
bishop e5.
But the fun continues because you do have f4. You're saying, I insist.
Yeah,
But again, you need to
please.
have ice in your veins to go into this because after rook takes pawn, black has to. And then pawn takes bishop, rook takes. I'm not sure I would be entirely comfortable playing this with the white pieces. Yes.
But you castle long, right? And that's how you win.
Well,
No?
actually it says, I mean, it's just crazy lines here. Like, I mean, it was so computer chat.
Takes
Pawn
g7,
pawn,
yeah, takes g7.
And rook g8.
and then it goes move the king.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Rook g8 and what? King
F1.
King
F1.
King F1 because you want to put the knight on F2 if checked.
Okay, any normal move will work, like rook d1, for example. That looks a bit normal, more normal than king f1.
Rook d1, yes, it does work. You can just go queen e6.
Queen e6.
But then after rook to d4, rook takes g7. It just feels like, Bobby Fischer is playing black.
It's gone, though.
Yeah.
It's gone because Maksudlu just captured on g7, which I can see on a camera view. And what's also gone is our studio monitor. So we probably need someone to...
I've called for assistance, guys, so don't worry.
And the endgame between Yakuboyev versus Ergaisi happened just like what we talked about.
Knight a8.
Instead of knight a6 and knight c5, like what we saw before, knight a8.
Knight a8.
And now black is trying to get the knight out by playing king f8, king e8 ladder.
Yeah, this is forced. And I really want to draw attention to this pattern that the bishop on d8 controls the knight on the edge of the board. And you can just continue that pattern whenever a knight is on the edge of the board and it will trap it.
But you know what? I think that, in fact, Yakuboyev has missed this. Because knight a8 is a very easy move to miss. Right, so just one move before. Knight d5 perhaps just loses to e4 and then this pawn's taken and the a-pawn, runs away. And after knight a8, black is planning to bring the king over.
Mm-hmm. And also to close the diagonal with f6 and then bring the king over.
You might as well.
You might as well.
You
just
might as
trap the
well
bishop.
just kind of... No, but, like b4, for instance, and you start with king f8, like pretending you just have the plan of going e8. And then say he goes here, I don't know if,
can you not
if
go
it's any good.
You can not
a5.
go a5.
You could, yeah, but then...
And after b takes
know what?
a5, you can go bishop takes a5 and still trap the knight.
The big question is, though, can I go king e8? And a pawn takes it. The answer is I cannot. Pawn takes b6 and b7. No. That's silly. Okay, so we take here, bishop takes, right, and then still the king goes here, so I'm just in time. And black has this extra h pawn, right? It's a passed pawn, so it's not like white's winning any pawn endgame would it happen. Because very often the way you win it, you, I don't know, kind of immobilize the knight, and whenever it goes to c7, you just take. Here I don't think it works. In fact, if anything, like white's probably lost if he captures on c7, right? It's very hard to disturb those pawns, and king will just take and then march towards b5 and capture b4. So one thing I'm kind of trying to make sure is white's never going to be worse here. One thing you could do is go f5 immediately, I would guess. There is also bishop e7 is something that he was looking at, but then once again...
But the knight gets let out of jail, go to c7. But that's not so stable.
c7, it's not, yeah, like kind of, it's not that far. Yeah, the knight's not running all that far.
Yeah, the knight doesn't have too many squares.
Maybe you still insist on kind of doing this, and king f7, e8, d7.
Yeah, Yakuboev totally missed it, I think.
Yeah, knight a8 is easy stuff to miss. So what I'm saying, like here, he could have gone, say, bishop b5 maybe, yeah, not to leave this pawn. And it still feels like white should be better. Don't know where this thing goes. Maybe it's not as comfortable now that I'm thinking. Rook c2, bishop e4, and all those annoying, annoying threats. Rook c3 though. c3. So this, and bishop here. It's probably a draw, right?
Yes. Well, exciting game nonetheless, and still a very fascinating endgame. Can we move down to Narayanan against Sindarov? Because
Narayanan was close to winning, we thought.
Very close to winning, and I think he's still much better though.
It is.
So rook a8.
Rook a8 was played, and instead of rook d1, which was apparently good, he chose queen d2. Once again, threatening a forced checkmate. So rook d3 would be a mistake, because check, you can't go to h8, it's queen. Queen takes rook, and after king g8, it's knight f6, followed by queen h7. So, after queen d2, f6, guarding some dark squares, check, king goes to g8.
Yeah, so my natural reaction on this position would be rook e d1. Just keeping control over the d file.
And if I go queen g7, which might seem like a great idea, what do we do?
Takes and rook d7, maybe?
Yeah, but
that doesn't.
I wasn't sure, I wasn't sure how much, if anything, is this line.
We were kind of trying to get e5 to work.
Yeah.
So if you want to get e5 to work, then maybe you need to capture on d8 first.
Instead of rook e d1.
Yeah, because that's what we were...
Yeah, like capture on d8, and then what?
Knight takes, but not the rook. And then e5.
Takes, and then e5.
And I say,
I'll have to take, yeah?
Yeah, you have to take, because otherwise knight f6, check.
Yeah, but maybe it's not that much now. Because knight e5, I'll probably swap the knights with knight f7. And white's still kind of better, but just marginally, compared to how position looked a few moves ago. Right, and if perhaps like rook takes would give me more chances, but then again, even rook f5, he'll take on knight f6. Might be still tricky, but I'm not even sure I'm threatening here. Like if black goes queen d6, for instance, and looks at queen d1. Like, yeah, he might have missed something. Or maybe he wasn't winning.
Okay.
No, it was winning, right? I mean, you've checked it.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
after
it
rook
was
d3,
winning.
it was like
Yeah, it
plus
was
a
winning.
lot.
But I think the best move was your move where you just
Like,
piled.
queen
Queen d2. Queen d2.
Queen d2 was, or after rook d8, like rook d1, maybe to keep. Yeah, so the difference is that I keep both threats, like queen d2, queen h6 is a threat, and also queen c3 is a threat. That once you choose one, then you kind of lose the other option, yeah. Quite possibly. Yeah, now black is getting ready to play queen g7.
And yeah, I mean, here there's a big decision, right? To trade the rooks and play e5 or to double.
No, maybe you double now that I'm thinking.
Yeah, and after
maybe
queen
you
g7,
double.
can you play e5?
Queen g7, can you play e5? You can. Then
Pawn takes.
what do we do?
Takes. Oh, no, that doesn't. It's not too appealing.
Yeah, like one thing you could do is say move the queen, maybe g5 or something, and just play with some, win the pawn back, play with a weak pawn. But that's once again, it's kind of you undone all the work, and you're trying to win once again, which might not be too late. I don't know. But
And, well, this position does look better for white. There's no doubt about it.
right.
But another super fascinating position, and I really want to check it out. It is between Paravian and Gukesh.
All right, yeah, that's
Because
the one.
it looked very chaotic, and now
Like I said, is Gukesh
Is
just
Gukesh-
like winning?
winning. Well, this is the question. Is
Is
he winning, or, white has just played
rook
E3?
e1, allowing this, knight g3, or took himself on h3, rook e3. Where is the exchange? I don't understand. So what happened? e1, bishop g6, rook g3. So he just voluntarily captures and
Yeah.
kills with the other rook. What is that?
Well, hang on a second. Isn't Gukesh's king in big trouble? Like, you can reroute the bishop, put it on b3 or c4 if you're given the chance, and then checkmate.
I think that is the idea, right? Unless you take on,
Yeah,
unless you
bishop
take on
c2, I
a2.
will take on a2, be sure. There are some problems for sure, like what, if I got it right, what white's threatening, if say white's the move, what white's threatening is queen e2, which is some sort of a fancy double attack on bishop c4 and knight f6, right? I mean, the queen on e2. However, it's black to move.
Because if you go b5,
Yeah,
do you just drop the bishop back to...
don't know, maybe, maybe that's what he do. And then if queen
problems.
takes queen d1,
Yep.
you crawl backward, but yeah, the moment you get the bishop on this diagonal, you just win.
Yeah, there should be that knight on d5, not the queen.
Paravian, such a, such an inspired play. But
Yeah. Wow.
And there's no stopping it? There's no stopping the bishop moving to the a2, g8 diagonal?
maybe there is, but it's
What happens if you just accept that it's coming and you try to collect as much as you can? So say, for instance, you go g5.
go g5. What does he do then? The g5. Does he take? No, I don't think so. Questions. What is the big plan? Could this be the big plan? Or rather, go queen e2.
Takes on f4.
And if pawn takes, you go rook h3. I know it's kind of looks like nonsense, and probably is nonsense.
I don't know.
Yeah, you go b5.
b5.
Right? You go b5. Save this.
You have c5.
c5. Pawn takes. Knight takes. Yeah, it feels like just like for whatever reason giving away all of my pieces. So g5. Yeah.
Questions?
Could be that I have to play bishop g3 calmly, but then I know. Still, like if the bishop appears on this diagonal, now possibly the rook is not going to h3, but now the queen can go to h5 or something. So the appearance of light square bishop on this diagonal will still be very, very dangerous, right?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, the black knight just cannot transfer over to c7.
So I think you still kind of
Yeah,
do b5 maybe, and then c5 and so on.
But still, you know,
Very hard to navigate.
Yeah, massive problems for Gukesh. And wow, what a start to Game 7 of the Qatar Masters Open. And after this exciting play from all players, it seems like they all woke up in a fighting mood. We are going to just catch our breaths and take a short pause, but we will be back to catch all the time scrambles that will be coming today. Just so sit back and just grab yourself a cup of coffee, cup of tea, some popcorn, because you know what, the chess is worth it today. See you in a few minutes.
So here at the Qatar Masters 2023, we also have Pool B, where 92 players from 44 countries are competing for $11,000 prize fund, where the winner will get $2,500. This is the most important board in Pool B. Here we have with black pieces the player from Philippines. He has won 6 games out of 6. Tolentino will face against his opponent from Tunisia, Amdouni. He has 5.5, and this game will be the key. Few minutes before the start of the next round, what is your mood? How do you feel?
Yeah, a little bit of pressure because I need to defend the board. Yeah, because it's a board one.
And you have 6 out of 6. You have won all these games. You have perfect tournaments.
Yeah, just very lucky.
And what do you enjoy here to play at the Qatar Masters alongside with Carlsen and Nakamura and other guys?
This is my first time to play in a very big tournament. So yeah, it's very exciting.
I'm doing well in the tournament and I have 4.5 out of 6. So I'm trying to be first. Today it will be a very hard game to play. I'm here because I was invited from Qatar Chess Federation, and I'm very pleased to be here. This is the first time for me in Qatar, and this is really very nice atmosphere to play chess. Also, this is the first time I play a tournament where you can see big players like Carlsen, Nakamura, and those people. So yes, it gives a lot of pressure and also motivation. I'm really happy to be here, and I think I will be one of the biggest fans of this tournament.
Arjun Ergyasi here with us at the Qatar Masters 2023. After round 6, he won his game. Arjun, tell us about your game today, because it was very, very interesting.
Yeah, it was very complicated. I had to sacrifice a piece for 3 points, and I had this connected pass points, but he had some he was trying to build some initiative on the king side, and I had to neutralize that as well, and I think I managed it fairly well. And, yeah.
Have you came up with this sacrifice of the knight on c6 to get all these pawns on the queen side on the board, or it was some part of your home preparation?
It was not part of my preparation, but it's a common idea to sacrifice this pawn piece and try to take as many pawns as possible. And I wasn't very sure about the execution, but that was my best chance to sacrifice. After, I don't think I would have gotten any chance, and before seemed too premature.
And during the game, it was not too much of the complication for you. It was like rather very nice game from your side. Have you felt like very confident during the game that you had a very good position?
At most points, yes, but there were some moments when I was a bit worried. For instance, when he played f6 and I went for the sack, so a few moves later he went knight a7, bishop a4, king h8. Around this point I wasn't very sure. I wanted to go b4, but e5, b5, knight f5, that would allow some counterplay, so I wasn't that confident at that point.
And at this point, after round 5, 6, already some of the games have been done. It's very hard to score a point here. Mostly we have draws. Why do you think this is happening?
Yeah, that's simply because everyone is strong, and it's just not easy to win if your opponent doesn't make a mistake.
Do you think that a person who gets like half a point advantage or even 1 point advantage can lay down till the end?
Could be possible, but it's never over.
Great. Please tell us a little bit about your day off yesterday, because we had rest day at Qatar Masters. How did you spend?
Yeah, I was just playing some stuff with a bunch of friends, and I prepared a little bit and I rested. That's it.
Right, and usually when you play card games probably, right? And you play with the other very strong grandmasters in your age. Who is the winner in the card games usually?
Well, there's no fixed winner as such. It keeps changing.
Okay, and we have seen these photos of you in Prague, for instance, walking after the game and talking and spending the evening together. Can you please tell us a little bit about these details, because it's so different from the other players. We don't see them talking and walking together after the very tense games.
Yeah, so I and Prague became close only this year. There's a 2-year age gap between us, so we never really played in many age groups together. So we never got to spend time, but this year in the Global Chess League we were teammates, and that's where we spent a lot of time, and yeah, we seem to be bonding quite well, and yeah, it's a nice friendship.
Good. And what about this tournament? It's already like halfway to the end. Do you enjoy yourself here?
Yes, I have been loving it here, and so far my play also has been pretty decent, so I'm happy.
Well, thank you so much for coming up to here at this fun zone and to give us the interview after the game, and good luck for the other games.
Thank you.
Farham here with us at the Qatar Masters 2023. He's one of the leaders after round 6. Farham, tell us about your game today.
Okay, it was a very interesting game. I chose to go for Carakan after many years, and I think I got a very nice position after the opening because he played a very dubious move, which was a4, and I got many holes in his position. I think it was very good for black, and I thought I played well till the very end, and at one moment I could just first check on h2 with the pawn, and then knight f5. After his sacrifice exchange, I think first h2 check, and after king h1, then knight f5. It's just kill any counterplay, because what I played, instead of h2, I played knight f5, and then miraculously he got this king h2, which helps him to make a draw, because I cannot play king g8 because of knight f5 and queen take d1, knight e7 check. So it was very pity that I couldn't, I didn't play h2 first, because obviously h2 is a very logical human move. You have to play h2 and then think about any other move. Yeah, it was a very strange decision by me not to play h2, and I was upset.
Was it because you had low time on the clock, or?
Actually, I didn't have low time. I had a lot of time, and then somehow after I missed this idea with king h2, I had to think for a long time, because the position was very difficult, and I think he has no losing chance, and I can only lose this position with black after king h2, so I had to be very precise, and I think I found some resources, but I don't know if it was okay or not. I just didn't want to lose this game in anyhow. Yes.
Right, you have very good tournament here, and you're coming right after the Asian Games where your team got the medal. Please tell us how you're handling all so many games.
Actually, I love to play chess. I think number of tournaments in a row doesn't matter for me so much, because I'm very young and I have energy to play, and I have so much passion and love for chess. So I think it's fine for me to play many tournaments. After here, I will play 2 games in Bundesliga, I guess, and then I will go to Grand Swiss. And I think I prepare very well for all my games, and it helps me for also future tournaments. So I'm happy with my quality also. And yeah, Asian Games was also very, very nice for Iran team. We got the gold medal in Asia, which are like some countries like China and India are like huge favorite in Asia, but we managed to win. So I'm very happy.
Yeah, congratulations with that. There's also very nice information in your personal life. You got recently married. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I think it was a very good idea to get married for me, because now everything is working perfect for me. I have huge discipline in my life, and I think my wife supports me a lot, and thanks to her, I'm playing chess very good recently.
Right.
And I have to thank her a lot for
Can you say
all
that?
she did. And she's arbiter here, so also it's good to see her working here.
Can you say that getting married was a good move from your side?
Yeah, it was a very good move. Actually, I recommend it to other guys. Like, don't take it serious if they say like getting married in young age it's not good. Or I think whenever you're ready and everything is fine for it, you can go for it, and I think it's very good.
You said that your wife is here as well at this tournament. Can you please tell us what is her role here?
Yeah, she's arbiter here, I think in Group A, and I'm not sure, but maybe from 50 to 68 boards. So he's not in my section, but and hopefully he will not be. but it's good to see her, and she really loves being arbiter, and she really tries to be better day by day. So I'm proud of her.
Oh, that's so amazing to hear from you. Thank you so much for your honest answers, and best of the luck
Thank
for
you so
the
much.
other games.
Goodbye.
Hello, and we are back, and it's been one of the most dramatic starts to any round, actually, in the Qatar Masters Open. And we've already had a few results, so let's check out the results table. So we did see Gregory Kaidanov defeat Jordan van Foreest very early on, and also Alexander Shimanov defeat Fedoseev. And we also see another result there. The Yakuboev did draw against Arjun Erigaisi. We did predict that. But something that we did not predict was any of the other games, and it's been a very topsy-turvy ride for Magnus Carlsen against Carakan. And let's go there immediately, because there have been big happenings in that game.
Right. Well, it looks like Magnus, pardon me, hallucinated at some point, and as soon as we will get the position on the screen, I'll try to explain what exactly I mean by saying that. His opponent Kartikeyan is low on time, but it might not save Magnus. Queen f3, yeah, I think that was the last position we've seen, yeah, and Queen f3, obviously having some threats here. Queen c6, and Magnus captured on h6.
Which was an idea that we were looking at, but only in the context of c6.
Yeah, so, and it would have worked, right? I mean, knight f6 and then bishop h6. However, here, yeah, if black captures immediately, it works perfectly fine because you take on f6 with the queen. But what black does is captures the knight on e4, and you have to recapture back. G takes h6. Magnus is in a big trouble, material deficit. Rook e1, queen b8.
Yeah.
King b8.
Exchange down, and the knight on d5 is looking to be like such a strong knight.
Two knights against the rook, rather, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, equal number of pawns and not even a single pawn as the compensation. Black does have some issues kind of unpinning, and it could be the reason why king b8 is played. So the plan is to go queen b7, follow it up with c6. And yeah, but black's position, as Irene mentioned, thanks to this knight on d5, is so solid. It's really hard to come up with any sort of threats.
Well, there is something else, though. Take a look at the clock times. You see that Magnus 16 minutes and 11 seconds, while Carakan, he is just under 2 minutes, and the players have only played 25 moves. So that is serious time trouble.
Yeah.
Right, it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure on Carakan as well. Like when you realize you are better and probably winning against Magnus Carlsen. The thing is, however, that he's not that far from the time control as it would seem, because 30 seconds increments, so you have to play solid moves like within 30 seconds and you're okay. For now, it's rather, I'd say, Carlsen struggles to create a threat.
But on the other hand, white does have black's pieces all tangled up. So for instance, you know, the two knights, they're completely tied down.
Yeah.
You can't untangle. Yes, you can put your queen on b7, but then you're not moving the knight.
You'll play c6, then you'll play, yeah, like, I mean, if, let's say, I'm allowed to move on my own, so it's maybe queen b7, c6, queen to d7, king back to b7, and then I'll say, yeah, okay, finally I have everything's protected. And maybe gonna consider taking on d4. Again, it's like 4 moves in a row. We all understand it won't happen, but yeah, black has at least like some plan of how to untangle this knot of pieces in the center.
Yeah, so black can just make those little moves until the 40th moves. And also, it is not very clear how Carlsen can mud the water right now, because he has significantly less piece on the board. And now Magnus is in serious trouble.
Yeah, like what potentially can be the target? Like h6 pawn would be lovely to take, but I can't really find a way to attack it.
You could step forward with the queen, for instance, to f5.
Yeah, like one thing you can do, you can actually capture this
But then
and take the
take.
pawn and they say, okay, I've won a pawn, but then black captures d4, I would guess.
Yeah. And, okay, well, whilst Magnus is thinking, let's go over straight to the Magsudlu Nakamura game, which is just finished. It is a draw.
Just finishing the draw, right?
Let's take a look at what happened.
It's another eventful draw by Parham.
Yeah.
But there was some adventure before they got to that.
Yeah, so this after
position.
bishop e5, as you pointed out, d5 was perhaps the last chance of seizing the advantage. Instead, he captured on g7 first, when d5, where bishop b2 is possible because queen e2 does not work here, and rook could have been taken in this case. Rook a2, bishop e5, rook to g1, queen d4. And when you exchange the queens with black, it's such a relief. So traded, rook e2, king d7, and this is the moment where you start to be somewhat scared with white, right? Because you understand you had the advantage, but it's all gone by then, and it could be black who's fighting for the win. But yeah, Magsudlu managed to regain his composure, went knight f6, this knight was taken, and a draw agreed in this 4 rooks endgame.
Yeah.
Okay, there was a big relief for Magsudlu there at the end, because I suspected that Hikaru would actually turn that around. But a draw nonetheless, which means that Hikaru moves to 5 points, and Magsudlu as well.
You know what? We have draws on both leaderboards. So 5.5 is the highest score. Yakuboyev and Virgaisi we've already mentioned, I think. And then Narayanan and Sindarov just agreed a draw. So what a miss by Narayanan.
Yeah, and how did they agree to draw? Can we just go through the last few moves?
Yeah, so King G8. Honestly, I don't remember what was happening with the clock here. So King G7, I checked the board. I think E5 was still kind of, better for white. There was a moment where E5 would still give white a chance to play.
Well, to answer your question about the clock, well, both of them had no problems whatsoever.
Yeah, so it wasn't like
just under 10 minutes.
It wasn't like white was dramatically low on time. Yeah?
No, but
he decided to repeat.
But he's got advantage in this particular position.
All right.
So it's
somewhat mysterious, right?
Right. So maybe he was just super annoyed that he squandered this big advantage, and at the end of the day, it was like Irene said, that he's in the final stages of the competition. You don't want to take too many risks.
So look, with both leaders' games being draws, it was such a chance for Carlsen to catch up with the leaders, but it's a fair chance it's his opponent who's going to be in a joint lead of today's game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Carlsen. So it appears that the curse when he was playing with the black pieces, now it comes with him playing the white pieces.
Right.
Unfortunately.
So let's check the other games of people who potentially can catch up with the leaders, right?
So Peruvian Gukesh?
Peruvian with Gukesh. Well, some things happen. Queen e2, b5, and I think Peruvian went completely wrong with his next move, which was a4. According to what we found out with the help of the computer, bishop c2 maneuver would win. Bishop c2, and if queen takes a2, queen to d1, insisting on seizing this diagonal. So instead he went a4, knight c7, a takes, pawn takes, traded here, captured, b3, rook b to c8. So white must still be okay here, I would think, but it's much trickier now, because he can't really get to this diagonal. Can he go like knight c5 or something?
Can you go knight to d2?
Knight d2.
Well, yeah,
knight
maybe
d2 though, you're not threatening bishop c4, right?
Well,
knight c5.
Yeah.
It's
knight c5 looks good.
Knight c5.
You have to calculate queen g5 though. There's rook
g5,
g3,
yeah.
c1.
I thought I did a little bit. So it's this check and here, and I don't see the way to stop. Check on c4 followed by rook h3. Oh well, you can actually go to f8. Now, what am I saying? Like,
you just take, yeah?
You take this guy, and it's a check, and king goes... Oh, wait. And here you have a check on g5, right? And queen e6 might not be enough of a threat. Tricky.
And what was wrong with knight to d2?
Nothing.
But there is, it was a threat.
Bishop c4, rook takes.
No, we go b3 first.
So knight d2 then.
Knight d2, threatening
So it's
g6.
kind of a bit slower of a threat, but still a threat. Yeah, fair enough.
So
Bishop here. Well, there is also rook e8, now that I'm thinking. After bishop d6 especially.
yeah,
you
rook
could
e8.
think
and
of
then
rook
also bishop
e8.
takes.
Yeah, and bishop g6 and stuff. You take
No, you can't go
bishop
bishop
f8.
g6 because of queen g5 check.
Wow. Anyway, now I no longer have the computer evaluation of this one, but I would suspect it's not as clear. So white was clearly winning at some point, but now it probably isn't as clear as before.
No, it's actually certainly not as clear. I'm just checking. I'm inputting the moves in to check, and okay, it's saying that white is better in the sense that it's easier to play, like plus 1.9 advantage.
1.9?
Yeah.
And that's a lot still.
It still is a lot. Okay, now after... Yeah, so in this particular position, it's saying that... hang on, bishop a6 was... How was... I will have to just get the accurate move order here because I'm putting them into my computer directly. So bear with, and I will... Okay, so rook b8 happened.
Yeah, and if we can quickly take a look at the game between Anish Giri versus Kartik Venkataraman, I think you'd like it.
Whoa.
The position on the board. Look at that attack on the H file. And Anish is currently much better, close to winning. Although, yeah, you have to take into account about queen takes g4, yeah?
So queen g4. King goes to f1.
Mm-hmm. And there is no more check.
Yeah, like queen h5 is a position piece down. White trades on h5, captures e7.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop g5 would be something I would like to try. But then you take, and I guess you just go here, take the rook. After queen f3. Well, I wanted to say white has to have a checkmate, but I don't see it.
Queen c5 or even...
Queen c5 is... Yeah, like queen c7, king f8. That's exactly what I wasn't sure of. And he's kind of still alive, but queen c5 is strong.
King d7.
King... Either d7... Yeah, d7.
And then, yeah, queen d6 and then rook h8, yeah?
Yeah, fair enough.
That's all.
So, Anish Giri winning there with a devastating attack. Can we go back to the Magnus Carlsen game? Because Magnus just made the move rook e2.
Rook e2. Queen to b7.
Played.
Following the plan. Following the plan. And what is he planning to do?
Yeah, not sure.
Because, like, if you were planning to take on d5 and f7, that's the last moment you can do it.
Okay, do it now.
Do it now. Knight takes, queen f7, right? And we said bishop d4, which still works, question mark? Probably does, yeah, but then we go like rook e8. And this is much trickier than you would have liked it to be with black, right? After rook e8. You can't take.
But you can go bishop f6.
Yeah, but that's what I'm referring to as kind of trickier stuff. Yeah, queen f8.
Queen g8.
Queen g8 was actually... Queen g8 is already a draw, right?
King c8.
King c8, queen e6, king goes, queen g8.
Why is it a draw?
If white wants it.
White queen takes h6.
Oh, after queen e6.
Yeah, you could, but same.
He took it.
He's taking it.
He's taking it, yeah. So queen b7 might have been a mistake. Bishop, takes, queen f7. Or maybe, just maybe, black doesn't really take on d4 but does something else.
Can he go c6?
c6 is maybe what you
Control
try
that
to do.
knight.
Yeah, maybe what you try to do.
But okay, you can still step forward with put the queen on g6, attack h.
Yeah, if you take this pawn,
Oh, hang
all
on,
of a
wait.
sudden-
I just
yeah,
blundered.
Knight f4.
Knight f4.
Knight to f4. Ah, yeah, the
Yeah,
rook's
yeah.
protected. I thought queen f6 or something, but the rook's protected.
Me too.
Yes, so how bad is the endgame? It's probably bad, right? Takes, and d4's hanging. Because, like Magnus is known to be an endgame magician, so you always expect, okay, it doesn't matter how bad the endgame is, he'll find some chances, but here it's probably too hard. Like d4 hanging. If you involve in something like this, I think black's always faster with,
bishop takes
more pieces. Yeah, the b2's hanging. There are
Yeah, c6
moves like
is on the
rook
board.
f8 and so on. So c6.
And okay, Magnus shouldn't trade the queens, yeah? But where can the queen go? Back to f3 or f5?
Yeah, that's the problem, because if you do not trade the queens, what do you do? You'll have to drop back
You're going to have to drop all the way back to
f3
f5.
or f5 possibly. But then with the knight on d5 protector, you just take it, right? Just take it and no, he does trade.
Trading.
He does trade, so maybe he trades and goes like rook d1, knight f4 there.
Yeah, rook
Takes,
d1
what does he do? Rook d1, yeah.
But
So
knight-
this is a very important pawn.
Knight f4.
Knight f4, I guess it'd be a check on the 7th rank.
Yeah. So maybe before knight f4, just play rook d7 first.
d7,
Then rook e6.
Rook e6, yeah.
rook e6, and yeah.
That's not pretty.
So knight f4, this check, how bad is that?
Oh, I think it's now on my screen. So let's come back to this Magnus's game. So after rook d1, knight f4 you said.
Just to try?
And then rook e7, yeah?
Rook e7 and king, say to b8.
Okay.
I don't like the fact the king's cut off, but
What can you do?
can you do some time?
As long as not to a6, just a friendly reminder.
Not to a6.
Not to a6 because of this idea, and then yeah, Magnus will win the game. Okay, so rook d1, if knight f4, rook e7, and
King b8.
king b8. If I will just try to get the pawn on h6 by playing rook h7.
Okay, h7, yes, you can and probably should, but at least I take the h5 guy.
You
And-
take like
yeah, like
Wait,
rook
guys,
h6.
there's
Yes,
been some development. So after
king
rook to d1,
c7.
king
Aha.
c7 was played.
King c7. Ah, makes sense. Look, I mean, he is moving the king to d7.
yeah, but
If
what
I got
after
it
rook e6
right.
now?
e6.
Rook h8.
Ah, you just simply
I
stop it.
guess what.
And
that's
after
what-
g3.
And king d7.
g3, king
that's
rook
d7,
g6.
rook g6.
And then you're going to
it's-
go knight to e7 and just...
Yeah, maybe knight e7.
Or maybe also bishop d8. Get the other to the other side. Bishop d8, if you check bishop e7. Or if you don't check, there's bishop f6.
But yeah, but would you agree that Magnus all of a sudden has some chances, right? It's not as hopeless. Like even White started to create some threats and so on. So king c7.
So Magnus has played something, right?
I don't see it.
No, he hasn't
Camera
played
view.
anything
yeah?
just yet after c7.
Yeah, there's also a trick after rook e6 to go rook f8, so the pawn cannot be touched because knight e3 double attack. But it only works if, say, after White's kind of White's move, I don't know what White's move's gonna be.
Yeah,
if
but-
Black can play rook f6, because otherwise it's just a waste of time. Yeah?
But what will White play? That is a big issue.
Ah,
because
that's
you
a big
can't-
issue.
Because you can't just move your king.
All right,
Because
yeah.
knight to f4 check.
And
would be
king
impossible.
u1, there is bishop a5, sneaky bishop a5 check.
Exactly. And so, well, rook e6.
Rook e6 played.
on
So
board.
the question
And
is if
Rook
rook f8. Yeah.
It's his style. When you pointed it out, I was
Yeah.
like, okay, he's going to find it.
So
Wow,
rook
but they
f8.
can find all the right moves. Yeah, how to stop this rook f6 because it's not easy.
You know what? I mean, if you don't don't stop knight e3 threat, maybe I don't play on rook f6. Maybe I play on rook f5 or something. You know, rook f4,
Maybe he has to go something like g4.
g4. Yeah.
Although I really don't want to play chess like this because
G4.
it gives the f4.
Yeah, and then
back.
rook f4 is a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
G4, rook f4.
But then g3 is not great because of rook f6.
Yeah.
No, it's
Is there any breakthrough? I don't think so. If you play just g5, takes maybe.
G5.
And rook h4
Pawn
is always
takes.
there.
Yeah, you can always put the rook behind the pass pawn.
Wow. And he did what? Rook e3.
Rook back to e3.
I mean rook d3,
Rook d3.
the other rook.
Wait, rook d3 is knight f4 a thing?
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Knight f
What was the move?
No,
rook d2, not d3.
rook d2. Okay, rook
Now
d2 makes sense.
And now knight f6 or knight f4?
Knight f6.
There was
knight
a knight move.
Yeah, knight f6. Plain and simple. h5 is.
Yeah. Oh, rook f6.
I went rook f6.
Just
But why rook f6, not knight f6? Ah, because rook e7
Yeah, rook
check.
e check,
Maybe you
yeah.
don't want to be cut off on the seventh rank. I think we have to kind of devote all our attention to Magnus. There've been more draws, I think. Pranav against Abdusattorov. I don't know if we mentioned this one, but it's also a draw. So in the top 10, what we have running is Magnus's game, Paravian against Gukesh, Giri having a winning position, apparently, and there is also a pairing against Alhiban, which we did not look at. So here, rook f6, rook to e4. Was knight f6, still, whatever. But now, black can try to regroup, right?
yeah, like king d7 maybe.
7 possibly.
Stopping all this rook e7 idea, and so that the knight can be moving freely. I like king d7 and the next move knight f4, for example.
Right. But king d7, g3 still kind of restricting white's options. King d7, g3, yeah, that's what
Yeah,
happened.
that's what happened. And maybe the knight goes to the other way. Knight e7. Knight e7, knight
But
f5.
the knight is sitting so nicely there in the center. Is it not time to provoke white to advance with maybe rook f5 and then provoke g4?
Yeah, he did. Rook
He
f5.
does.
Rook f5. And you know what? G4,
G4.
would be... did he play? Knight
yeah, he
f6. He
did.
blundered knight f6. He just blundered knight f6 casually. I think black is just winning. What they do after knight f6. Me.
At f6 you have to take the,
You have to
the
take
rook.
the rook.
Yeah?
Have to take the rook, but then knight takes e4. Yeah.
Okay, will Carakan find this
Oh,
under?
Look at Magnus.
Uh-huh.
Did you see that shaking of his
No,
head?
I didn't.
He just blundered it. No, I'm pretty sure. I know how it works.
So,
like, he's
after
just
knight
winning.
f6 you have to take, and
Finito.
after
And
this is over.
Finito, yeah. Rook e2, you go d5.
No,
with
he
knight
didn't
three.
He
see
moved
it.
rook.
He didn't see it.
He
no,
moved
he
the
didn't
rook.
see it, but Magnus did. Did you see that?
Magnus kind of shake the...
Yeah.
So he realized, there was knight f6. But yeah, one thing is sitting here calling the moves, and the other one sitting in front of Magnus and like having you understand.
Also having time trouble.
Yeah, rook f7. So he is allowed back in the game then.
He is. But still, knight f6
Yeah, the big question is
is
like,
an idea, but okay, it's
how-
not deadly because you can beat that with
now you can go rook
f4.
f4, yeah. Now, if anything, I would say like knight f4 followed by d5, knight e6, surrounding the d4 pawn. Maybe that's how you play the position now.
Rook just moved somewhere. I think it's rook d3. I think. Yeah, it is.
It is rook
d3.
d3.
Rook d3. So now knight f4, rook f3, knight f4 would be, yeah.
Absolutely killing, so you can't play that. And it's not so easy for black to actually come up with a move.
Knight c7.
Well,
like knight c7.
He's down to under 45 seconds on the clock. They are on move 36.
Yeah. And he does
c7 played.
Knight c7, once again with the idea to go d5, kind of push the rook away from the fourth rank when it stays nicely, and also knight e6, attack the d4 pawn, rook f4 if needed. Also covers e6. Yeah, knight c7 is a nice move.
Yeah, also to prevent rook e3, I guess, because after this there is d5 and then...
Yeah, rook e3, d5, and you cover all the squares. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's not forget.
Still hard for Magnus.
That white has a weakness on d4, and black still has the possibility of also pushing or getting a pass pawn on the queen side.
Right. Yeah, but what a miss.
Yeah, but it's understandable, you know, Carakan in big time trouble here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so easy, right? You know, someone attacks your rook, you move rook.
But this will do the job as well, yeah? This position is still...
looks like good, yeah. Looks quite good.
Yeah, knight c7 and... Okay, Magnus is approaching... Not time trouble, but their times are quite similar soon.
30, move 36, 37 for Magnus to play.
37. So they need four more moves.
Yeah, 4 more moves, and he's
I think it's rook e3.
Crawling with this rook here and there. So this time it's rook e to e3.
Is this a silent draw offer?
Could be.
Inviting the knight to come forward to d5.
Yeah, but who's going to take the silent draw off? I think, yeah, like, if anything, he realizes but then that he's very close to be winning. So why would you...
Or you can repeat and, you know, try to approach to the 40th move and then play something else.
No, wait,
have a move.
Knight d5 could be that rook f3 is the plan, in fact. Not saying that it's any
And after
good,
take bishop d4?
Yeah, that's the problem,
right, you are. Right, you are.
But he played knight e6.
Knight e6 allows... No.
I thought d5 was the...
I thought d5
But
was
you
a
have
clever
bishop takes
thing.
rook.
No, he does. He does
No,
go
just
d5.
take on d5 first, I guess.
He does go d5.
Because takes on rook and then takes on e6.
So c takes d5, rook f3, I believe is what he's planning.
Like this, yeah?
Then, yeah,
you
it's
have
still
that
a
f4.
chance. It's still a chance, right? Knight f4, rook d5, though.
Ah.
I know, it's not as simple. Like this one, I wouldn't be sure if it's good for black at all, because all of a sudden, like, all of your stuff starts hanging. Like b5's hanging, the knight's pinned, and so on. Yeah, I think Magnus actually got some chances.
Yeah, so d5 was played
d5,
and then cd.
cd5, you have to do it, and rook to, what I said, rook f3. Kind of devalued, you know, our queenside pawns, right?
Right. But after rook f3, can you not simply just capture the rook and just consolidate on the king side with king e7? After all, the b5 pawn can be protected by a knight.
Yeah, you could, but still, it's you know, it brings some sharpness to it. Rook f5, d5's hanging, knight 7's awkward, I'll break through, so, like...
Well?
After rook f3, Carakan played rook g7, not trading the
rook to g7.
Okay.
But no rook f6, maybe.
There's rook f6, there's also rook d5.
He's taken on d5.
Rook d5 and you hitting b5, you know, anything's possible.
Oh, what's funny is I thought there is knight d4, but you just simply take on b6 because there is a rook b7 and the rook on g7 hangs. Okay, now Magnus already entered the 40th move, and then this is the last move for Carakan before the time control.
Rook takes g4, I guess he'll play.
Yeah, and he did, yes.
Rook takes g4. Now, one thing you could do is to take b5 still. If I'm not... no. That would be a funny way to blunder, yeah?
d4.
Knight d4. Now I thought rook b4, but then you still take the rook, and then there is a double attack on the other rook. The alternative would be to go rook f6, haunting the h6 pawn. So all I'm saying, out of nowhere, it's getting quite sharp. Maybe still winning for black, but you know, it's not in this kind of schematic way that you build your position, you defend everything, you slowly collect those pawns and you win.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
After this, I like this idea actually. Going somewhere with the rook because you're threatening a check on the back rank. Let's say rook c4 or rook a. Or even
There is
here.
some checkmating ideas, right? Because
Yeah.
you can move the rook.
Here. Maybe I want to get another pawn and then...
And after rook takes
Rook h6.
rook h6, and then now you... I was thinking first maybe you could... Yeah, this is nice.
I can
but
just,
your
just-
threat is to go rook to b1 check and
Yeah,
knight
I
to
know.
f.
Yeah, so
I
you
have the
take
threat. I have
you
this
take
and
on
I have this, yeah.
You take on b2, rook f5,
Yeah.
obviously.
So
yeah.
now rook f6.
No, rook f5, I think. Rook f5. Or why don't like rook f5.
I just wanted to get the h pawn rolling.
Yeah, but you're threatening rook f7, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, again.
So knight
like,
d4,
all I'm saying is,
or maybe you have this. Okay, rook f6. There is bishop c5 always. So
I guess check on f7.
yeah,
king-
check is better.
Check on f7. If king c6, rook g6, and you know what, this h pawn won't be that easy to stop.
That can be stopped by a bishop.
But yeah, but you have to get the bishop
I
on
have
this
to,
diagonal. The
I,
knight.
need to get that bishop on d4, that's correct. And I will.
But you'll have to move the knight, and it's already h6, bishop e5.
Okay, I
bishop
can do it
e4,
like this. I can first of all check the king.
King g2, right?
Yeah, and now I can move the knight to e2.
Knight e2.
Well,
you want to check
Clever.
here, yeah.
Clever.
Tricky,
Well
okay.
done, yeah.
yes, and
There's still exercises in tactics, right? But yeah, but if you think of it, if white wins the bishop for the h pawn, somehow, he can't lose, right? So say rook f7 to f6 here. So guarding the rook, so h6 is one idea to be reckoned with. Rook d6.
but now also it's possible to
I'll play
simply
rook
push.
b1.
Well, why not just push the b pawn?
d6 is hanging.
Yeah.
Oh,
b6
sorry, yeah,
and
yeah.
b6 is saying. So rook d1 and then it's h6, right?
Oh, I cannot push that, yeah?
Yeah, the pawn's
This pawn
moving.
is going up.
But you can go rook to...
Okay, in this
Pawn's
position,
moving.
okay, let's say bishop c5,
h6.
6.
And now knight to... Oh, except it doesn't work. I was being flashy with knight to f4 check.
No.
But it doesn't work,
It doesn't.
unfortunately. Or maybe it does. No, let's try it. Knight,
How does it work?
But what's the
idea?
rook.
No. There is after.
Rook to g1 was the idea. Uh-oh. Okay, let's rewind.
Let's rewind
Okay,
a little
so-
bit. Yeah. Well, in fact, yeah. Like the position that we currently have is not as bad. Maybe we shouldn't try for...
No, let's not do
No,
that.
well, seriously, after rook f6, there must be some way. I agree with you about kind of black having some checkmating potential. It just
And
has
he-
to be done a bit
I
differently.
think he played it. Magnus just played a move.
Yeah. But he had, yeah, the thing with Magnus's position, he does not care by that point if it's a good move or bad move. It's the only move that kind of keeps him alive. If he starts defending, he's just material down, right? So you go with the flow. It's the only move which promises the pawn to play, and who cares if it loses after some 10-move sequence?
Okay. And whilst we wait for Carakan to make a move, let's revisit the game Paravian against Gukash. Because
yeah.
it looked
It looks just winning. Yeah.
incredibly exciting, though. I mean, how did the players get to this position.
So I think we saw somewhere around
Yeah, we did.
here.
Bishop
and then
A6 played.
A6 and rook here and knight D2.
Knight D2.
This was one of your idea here.
Yeah.
To get the bishop to C4, and nothing is stopping it. So now, yeah, takes, and white is just better. And
Queen C4, right?
yeah, Queen C4 takes. Okay, if you're counting the material, white is a pawn up, but of course it's I think it's more than a pawn up. This position is just incredibly winning for white.
Yeah. Still some chances to hold, right? Because white's two passed pawns are not that mobile, and black might be able to generate some counterplay.
Yeah, there might be, you know what, there might be some potential, like say the knight moved and you somehow managed to say take on b4, c4, rook d4 and liquidate all the queen side. So pretty much what I'm saying, like if you are able to exchange the bishop and a7 pawn for 3 white pawns on the queen side, there might be some cases where this is like hard to win or even not winning at all. So you do not resign with black. I mean, you continue fighting, but yeah, objectively it has to be lost.
Right, so king f1 is on the board and king e6.
King e6, yeah.
And now,
and the knight is somewhat hanging in the air, though. So if you go c4, it's bishop g7, right? So he goes back to e3. But after knight e3, yeah, thinking rook c7 might be the move. But then you give a check on a6.
Well, if you go rook c7,
yeah,
he did.
You can check, but also you can start advancing your pawns as well.
Yeah.
Well,
But be careful with after c4, there's f4, yeah?
the c4 there is bishop b4, what was
sorry,
bothering
bishop
me.
b4.
I mean, maybe you kind of have some...
Rook a6,
back
knight
to
d5.
Yeah, but you can
rook
start it
c4,
off.
I
Rook
mean,
c4.
do you want this one? Yeah.
Well, I was thinking you could start off with rook a6.
Yeah, rook a6 is that's what I was saying. Like rook a6, and then you cut the king off, and then you return the knight to d5, and it's all stable and good. So ideally, you want your king to be on d3 before you even kind of start moving the pawns.
And, okay, whilst this is winning for Paravian,
We assume so,
might
yeah.
have some drawing chances here or there. Let's take a look at Anish Giri against Kartik, because Anish Giri is a piece up, and you just see him make the move knight to d2. But are there any saving chances for black at all?
I don't think so, honestly. Just a piece up.
Yeah, just a piece up.
Where's black's counterplay, kind of?
The knight on h7 cannot really move. You have the knight d2, king e2.
King e2 is the sort of a threat, right? I mean, it's just a piece up for what? For 2 pawns there. Any chance of simplifying? I mean, the only simplification you have available is trading the rooks, but that arguably makes your situation worse, not better. Anything else? Like knight d3. I don't know why I'm making this move, but just to have, like, you know, king e2, knight f4 is what I'm thinking of.
But after knight d3,
rook g3.
Rook g3.
Super annoying, yeah. Rook g3.
Guess you can go.
Yeah, no.
Rooks.
You can go rook c1 check and then king e2.
Not so hopeless, and knight takes pawn.
Oh, knight takes pawn, right.
King g2, right?
Knight takes pawn.
And that's 3 pawns for the piece.
Oh yeah, knight e5.
I once had that.
Could be.
When I was a kid, I won a piece for like 1 pawn, and then suddenly I lost another pawn. It became 2 pawns, and then 3 pawns, and then 4 pawns, and I was like, whoops.
Where are our pawns?
And naturally, I did not win that game.
So that's pretty much what happens. Black has played knight to d3. Knight to d3, and the pawn's hanging. Then we realize the pawn on e5 is hanging.
Can we just play bishop f6?
Bishop
takes,
f6.
and then your idea is to take on, can be, I don't know, e6 at some point.
Hang on, I got it. Maybe you can go. No, sorry, I was a bit excited. So I was thinking about knight e4 ideas. Like, I wanted to checkmate.
Knight e4.
But it doesn't work. Rook takes bishop, and oh dear.
There'll be a check at the end.
The
check.
Okay, let me just show you the. Let me show the idea. Okay,
Yeah,
takes
so this was the
here.
idea.
So this is
Knight
a
takes,
checkmate, but
and it's-
unfortunately there is this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
So look, bishop f6 is a nice try.
Takes.
Knight takes, pawn takes, yeah, but
Knight f4. Suddenly there is a checkmate idea on c1.
oh well. Which is, by the way, not easy to stop.
Bishop d1.
Yeah.
But looks ugly, right?
Bishop d1.
But I think you literally
then-
might
Or
get...
f3.
Are we like better?
No,
at
we
all?
don't like this.
I think
we-
after f3 you might even... I think it's a win, right? You just go rook f4, rook c1 check.
King f2,
then
knight
knight
h3.
h3.
No,
What a
f3 is not
turnaround.
possible. No, yeah. Like,
Yeah, so Anish still has to be careful.
no, you don't want to, I don't think you want to exchange like your dark square bishop for this
He played
strange
rook
lead.
g3.
Rook g3, yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so we're expecting...
So now we said
Rook
it's a
c1.
check, king e2, knight takes e5, yeah?
Yeah, and okay, let's
Then-
not forget that... Yes, it might be 3 pawns, but the 3 pawns are
Yeah.
far from menacing
The power
of the bishop pair. Like, for
two
instance, you
bishops.
still have the idea of going knight to e4 and putting a knight on f6.
Yeah, knight e4 is one thing, yeah, there's also, like, if ever the dark square bishop gets on a long diagonal, it's also must be winning. So still some technical job to be done. But yeah, should be winning nonetheless.
And talking about technique, there's one game which I've had my eye on for a while, which has been crazy, and it's been between Gregory Aparin and Adiban. And just a quick assessment on this position.
God knows what it is. Queen e2 check is what I see is possible, right? There is, I mean, I
We
don't
need
know.
to check and then you go
I
to
don't
the
know.
G file.
You go to G file.
And you
I'm
cannot
ju-
take on h5 because
I'm just, yeah, like looking for black's threats before I convince myself that I can play e6. I mean, I wanted to play e6 here, once again with a cheaper trick that if the pawn is taken, then it's rook c8. And it wouldn't hurt to have the pawn on e7, right, protected by the g6 knight. So e6 kind of makes sense. But there are questions. Kind of you have queen d6 check in this case. As like not sure how to stop, or rather how to react to queen d6, because then you're gonna play b6 possibly.
If trading the queen here, is it good for white, do you think? Or
Queen e5, how would I know? I mean, you have to calculate this stuff, right? So takes and d4 or takes and attack the e6 pawn might be good for black, might be good for white. Queen takes, knight takes, and say rook g to e8. No, there is knight f7.
oh, he did play e6.
He did play e6. Yeah.
Apparently play e6. Oh, this is and the game itself, if we saw earlier on, it was also
It was
very
crazy, yeah. There's some French, was.
Yeah. But it's been interesting, right? Because we did predict at the beginning of this round that the players might be in a more solid mood. you know, especially as we're nearing the end of the tournament. And as you mentioned there, Irene, that if you lose, you spoil your chances of actually taking home a prize. But today has been completely opposite to solid chess. We've seen so many wild positions, craziness, a lot of errors actually from both sides.
Yeah, fun fact, there might be not a lot of, not a lot of decisive games still. Like on the very top, there is a lot of draws, but it's, a parade of missed opportunities, it seems. Like Masudlu was winning against Nakamura, right?
Yeah.
Carakan was completely winning against Sindarov, and so on and so forth. Yakuboy was better against Erigaisi.
Yeah, I think he probably was winning as well.
Yeah, looks like he was winning.
And someone who is trying to win
It's
is
Kartikeyan, right?
Kartikeyan, right? Yeah.
Okay. And we have this position on the board right now, Rook F4. I think Black is still better.
I think he's not winning.
He's not winning
Not
anymore.
against Magnus. No, I mean, it might be a winning position. I'm just afraid he won't win. Even though now I realize that the king c6 is a huge threat to trap the rook in a funny way. So you probably take on b5 nevertheless, right? Say rook takes b5. And then I wish I was kind of a proper endgame expert to judge a position after rook takes f2, king e1, and say rook takes b2. Wait a sec. There is also an attack possible. Like, you don't take on b2, but go knight c5. How does white, I mean, as funny as it looks, how does white stops the checkmate?
Attack.
Knight d3, bishop e3.
Yeah.
It's a stupid yet efficient threat.
And I'm pretty sure I've seen a game where Kartikeyan did that.
And I know how he does it, I guess, at king d1.
Yeah, but you still have...
Like knight d3, rook d5.
But wait 1 second. So now you can go bishop to
e3
E3
first. Ah, yeah, hitting the rook.
Yes,
yeah, right
yes.
you are. Right you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, could it be that like this strange mating net after check and king e1? And by the way, let's not forget Black got his time increment, so it's no longer time trouble. You can spend and probably should invest your time in this position.
Yeah. So yeah, knight c5. We agree. I think this is the best move. Is knight f4 a better move?
That's what I was not sure. Like, is it knight c5 or knight f4? Because knight f4 allows rook b3.
Yeah.
But then
There's
still
knight g2 or something. Yeah.
knight g2, king e1.
Sorry.
It's a lot of checks anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but knight c5 does not allow even this. Like,
Okay,
if knight c5 wins, it wins, period.
I'm checking the engine, and the engine says we are spot on with our analysis. Knight c5 is winning, and after king to d1, bishop e3.
Nice.
And he does play knight c5.
Yeah,
yeah.
Knight c5.
And white's best is actually to play rook takes knight.
Rook takes knight.
Rook takes
I thought, but then you can't really exchange the c pawn, so it's just a technical win.
And it doesn't matter how you take it back, yeah, with the pawn or with the bishop.
you can take with the bishop, and maybe it's
or maybe even taking on h6.
Okay, let's. What was played?
Still knight c5 is
knight
on the board.
c5 on the
wait.
board.
Actually, still thinking.
It's,
or maybe we just have the move late.
No, yeah, king
d1.
5 king d1, yeah. And after bishop e3, you mean after bishop e3 to take?
Yeah, basically white's best move after this move is to
take
go
on
rook
c5.
takes knight. And if that's your best move, well...
Yeah, you just take with the bishop, I guess. and just win.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I should have played the tournament. I mean, after guessing such moves, but then, yeah. It takes you a couple of days at the board to understand there was a big mistake to sign up for the tournament. So it won't be long.
Right. It is misleading sometimes when you comment because you're very relaxed about the game. You don't have any psychological pressure and you don't feel the narrative that the players have been experiencing. And there is an expression that says the spectator sees everything.
Right.
I mean, I've had it so many times where I've been playing a game and then the arbiter like literally comes up to me after the game's finished and says, "You missed, you missed the win." And I'm like, oh, and like both me and my opponent are just like, "What on earth are you talking about?"
And there was, yeah.
And Bishop E3 on the board.
Yeah.
Well, yep. And let's put up the big mating idea that
So yeah,
Qatar
like
is
rook
threatening.
moves, and then it's knight d3, and there is no force that can stop.
Yeah, let's say rook goes somewhere here, yeah? And then...
Bishop
wait,
b3,
knight
you can
d3
give a
immediately
check.
Or... Knight d3 immediately in
No,
this
knight-
position.
knight
Rook
d3
g6,
wins.
knight d3,
Yeah,
checkmates, yes, of
yeah, it's
course.
mate.
That was the whole
And
point.
this mate, just fun fact, is called the Vukovic checkmate. After the Vukovic who wrote The Art of the Attack.
So wait a second. So after rook h7, king c6, yeah, and there is nothing you can do. Yeah.
And you have to take the knight in the end of this variation.
And is there any saving chances? Any fortresses?
Nah.
Rook takes knight.
Black pawn's alive, right? Black pawn's alive, and that pretty much sums it up.
You can see Magnus shaking his head to lose with the white pieces.
Also, 2 games in one tournament, and not
It's a lot.
You know, not a round robin, but
Yeah.
you know, an open tournament.
Yeah, and what a sensational result that we are about to see for Carakan.
So
With a
Carakan-
victory like this, he will share the lead.
Yeah, so he joins the leaders,
Yep.
and then is there anyone else who's joining the leaders? Because
Paravian,
I'm
if he
getting a
wins.
bit confused. Paravian, if he wins, is the only one, right?
Yes.
Giri.
Giri's on 4 points, so he will move to 5.
Oh yeah,
And there are so many people starting the round
moving
with
to
4
5.
points.
Yeah, moving to 5, of course. Yeah.
I mean, still anything can happen.
Okay, so far there are 4 players.
4 leaders,
and a half.
which were leaders before today's round. They've made draws,
Yeah.
so they're clearly like leaders. And then, yeah, Kartikeyan will
And then those with
join.
4.5, they didn't win the game. Okay, we're waiting for Paravian and Kartikeyan, who likely to be winning their games.
Paravian with Gukesh. Yeah, Paravian is winning, kind of slowly but surely.
So for tomorrow, it is likely that we will have 6 leaders, yeah?
Yes. With 2 rounds to go. Crazy
And
stuff.
a whole crowd of people
With 5.
with 5 points.
Yes.
Snipping at their heels.
Anyone can still
Exactly.
take over the leaders, yeah?
Absolutely. I mean, if you win your last 2 games, if you've got 5 points, you will finish on 7.
and
And we
Magnus
have
resigned.
resignation.
Yeah, Magnus resigns. After
Carakan
Bishop
wins
E3.
with the black pieces.
Well, that was
in such
poor
a sensational
display.
result.
Poor
Yeah.
display by Magnus. I mean, blundering, you know.
Yeah, let's pull it up. It was the moment.
That was the only. Yeah, I understand. Like you probably try to gamble this sacrificing this pawn and so on, but the moment he blundered
This one,
rook
yeah?
e4, he really did blunder bad.
Yeah.
And this one.
Yeah, there were a few moments in the game where Magnus slipped up, and we can also point later on in the game where he allowed knight f6 attack, which would also have given Carakan a win. But, well, a win was what Carakan did get, and just what an achievement, though.
Yeah, well
to
done.
beat the world #1 with the black pieces.
It's not an
And,
easy
you know,
task.
it was a crazy game. He also had to play like 16 moves with no time on the clock. And
Exactly.
he held his nerve. And where we can see Magnus just analyzing with Carakan. But wow. What a day of chess. Oh,
Okay, so moving on.
yeah.
We are going to see this one, Paravian versus Gukesh. And things kind of getting clearer for
Wait a
Gukesh
second.
right now.
There is
There were some pawns before on the f-file.
Yeah, but wait, but isn't it like really annoying contemplate with rook e1 that Gukesh is looking for? I understand he'll be like a bajillion pawns down on the queen side, but still, you know. I mean, maybe it's nothing.
It's c4. Now c4, knight c3.
Yeah.
Yeah, after c4, rook e1, knight c4. If, you can take on a7 first with a check.
But one
Yeah.
move that you shouldn't be playing is knight to e3.
Yeah, knight
That
e3,
one
G3
is the only one.
is kind of the funny...
I think you're still winning though. Why not?
The g3.
And then rook
No,
comes back.
G3
No,
immediately.
G3 immediately.
G3 immediately. Okay, okay.
Which might be still winning. Now, you know, like upon some consideration, might
Yeah.
be still
Knight
winning.
g4.
But then
Knight g4.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
but you don't want
actually
to. You don't want this.
It's
you don't
actually
want
not too bad. Actually, now I'm thinking knight e3 is not too bad.
but okay.
And
well,
but c4, of course. This
we
is
will definitely be coming back to this game, but
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the perfect time for us to take our final break as we
post time control break.
exactly
Usual.
because we will be back in a few minutes, ready for more chess action. So don't go anywhere.
Hi, how did you spend your day off?
Just in my room streaming.
I wanna feel a feeling just like this. I wanna feel more feelings just like this.
Hi, how did you spend your day off yesterday?
Hi, need to think about it actually. Oh yeah, I went to the desert safari yesterday. I almost forgot. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. So we went on some camels and we went with a car through the desert. So it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
And we are back for the final portion, the endgame of round 7 of the Qatar Masters Open, and it's been quite an eventful day. So many surprises, so many fascinating games, and let's remind ourselves of what happened. So let's take a look at the current results. And the big sensation was at the top of the table. And if you just tuned in, I'm not going to give you any spoilers just yet, but you're in for a treat. And we can see the spectacular playing arena. And here it comes. And this was the big shock of the day. Magnus Carlsen losing with the white pieces against Carakan. Now, Carakan, with that victory, now will share the lead. And it was an eventful draw. It was not peaceful by any means between Magsudlu and Nakamura. They are still in the chasing pack of 5 points. And amongst the 4 leaders, Yakuboev, Erigaisi, Narayanan, Sindarov, it was also 2 draws. But what games we were treated to. Lots of missed opportunities. And down there on board number 5, during the break, we did see a decisive result in favour of David Paravian, who's playing very well. And he will also, with 5.5 points, now join the leaders. And moving down from boards 11 down to 20, let's take a look at some of the decisive results there. And once again, there are 3 results in the middle that really catch my attention. Puranik, Vakidov and Sathurman all winning with the black pieces. And we just checked up on Vaishali because she is having a phenomenal tournament, but unfortunately she is in trouble against Aditya Mittal. But we are focusing mainly on the top 10 games, and let's actually take a recap and see how David Paravian defeated Gukash. It was looking very, very bad when we left it.
Yep.
And judging by the result, things did not get better.
Right, and after Rook E7, this is the position where we left off. And Paravian indeed plays C4, and after Bishop F4, yeah, this is just a technical win for White, yeah, C5.
So
G3,
you just push the pawns,
take
yeah.
stakes, and Knight E3.
Knight E3,
centralizing
and
the knight, yeah. And then
like
D5 is coming, after that
Gukash,
D6.
and resigned.
Yeah, Gukash resigned, and then just trying to re-energize for the last 2 rounds. Yeah, so it was quite a very technical win for Paravian, especially also if you remember the opening, the Carakan opening.
But we have to highlight that beautiful exchange sacrifice, moving the rook to E3, then to G3, and it just looked like it was just normal chess, and then suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, rook takes bishop came.
Q1, bishop G6 has,
Look at this. And he plays his queen D5, normal move, right? And rook takes bishop.
Yeah, but the sad truth is that I'm not sure there was anything possible to do against this sacrifice, unless he had to take on E4. Yeah, maybe queen D5 was a decisive mistake. Because, yeah, like if he moved one move back in this position, yeah, like instead of queen D5, bishop E4 looks scary, but maybe that's the thing you have to do.
Yeah.
They gotta get rid of this knight at any cost. And then just suddenly bunker yourself, go F5, go G6, you know.
Yeah, just hunker down and just try and survive. And okay, let's go to the 2 outstanding games. And the first one is Anish Giri against Kartik. Anish has been winning for quite a while now.
Yeah.
And now, is it over? That's always the question, like, you know, is it over? So the rook on E1 is hanging. Last move, knight D2 to C4. The rook on E1 is hanging. If you just move the rook on the E file, well, it's going to take on E5, rook E5, and bishop C3. So black has to be super tricky in order to, like, not to resign immediately, but it might still be lost.
H3, let's try.
H3, yeah, I don't really see if it gets us anywhere. Like H3, king H3, right?
Let's say knight G5.
There's no check. Yeah, king back to G2.
King back to G2, and there's no more check, yeah?
There's nothing. Like we could I thought we could like go rook b1 not to be 2 pieces down, but then bishop c2, and it's the end of it.
Right now?
Right now, or the previous move doesn't really matter, right? I mean, whenever you go, no, to
Yeah,
go
bishop
bishop c2, go bishop c2.
Right, yeah.
So,
Yeah, nothing
yeah.
to be done.
Perhaps here we are simply waiting for resignation.
Well, I think you could throw in some spite moves. And whilst we're waiting for Kartik to take a decision, we see also there in the camera that Anish is simply circling around the board. You know, when someone is walking like that, it means that they are winning.
You can already tell the body language, yeah. And also the opponent showing the responsive body language too. Like, okay, I'm confirming that this position is losing for me.
What happens in this other game that is like going on in Bandit Atiban's game?
Yeah.
I mean, because at some point we lost the relay of moves, and then
sure we did.
seems re-established, but
I think maybe he just had a very long think.
After e6.
But
After
do you?
E6.
I'm sorry. Do you trust the moves that appear on our screen? Because like Rook F8, I could believe it's some super clever move. But what's King G3? I'm sorry.
Just to avoid.
Isn't it like self-pinning and I don't know?
He's got their binoculars hat there ready because I really can't make out
No, it
anything.
happened. It happened. Yeah, there.
King G3, seriously.
King G3 is on the board.
King G3. So what happens after Queen D6 then would be my next question.
Maybe with Bishop F4.
But then I can take the pawn, so there is no cheaper anymore. Like if you block with the bishop, right? So before that, Queen E6 would lose to Rook C8. But like when bishop's getting distracted, it's Queen E6, and White is very active, but what you don't like is the king is active as well.
Yeah,
right?
and Adiban did it. Queen D6.
Adiban does it.
And King G2.
King back to G2.
Triangulation with the king.
King G2.
And Queen A6 forced because
A6
otherwise White was threatening
Rook C8, and B6 would probably lose to Queen D5 or something.
Right.
Yeah.
And now Queen E2 is a
Queen
possibility.
A6. Queen E2 is
Black.
a threat. And wow, that's tricky.
Yeah, and also Queen F1. I think Queen F1 is.
Queen F1 could be. Yeah, well, Queen F1. Yeah, Queen F1, King H2, Queen E2, right?
So maybe Bishop F2 here, just to stop these checks.
Bishop F2 to stop these checks, right? Then there is a question though. After Bishop F2, if Black was to take on F2, and then to
Queen
take
takes.
on E6.
And
How's that
we
position?
do see
Another result,
another result that Anish Giri did win against Kartik, and that means Anish is now in the chasing pack with 5 points.
Yeah, back to the contestation. And yeah, this one. This is the last game on the top 10 that is still going on.
Yeah. So after Queen A6, yeah, Bishop F2 is one thing to do.
Oh, you were saying that after Rook F.
Yeah, like Bishop F2, maybe that's the best chance Black has. Kind of get rid of this E6 pawn. So Rook F2, I'm not sure if it's a king takes or queen takes, whatever. Maybe king takes is more precise, question mark. Again, I don't know. A king takes, queen E6, and say take on D5 with something.
With queens.
Can you be inventive? Because somehow I feel like this, if you finish the game like this, it will take a long, long, long time.
Yeah?
And going back to the position, I'm just wondering whether you could try to nestle your king on the H4 square.
But how do you do it?
Or King GG.
3.
No, I can't get there via.
Yeah, like after Queen D6
because
check, yeah,
there's
you're
Queen
running
H2. Oh dear.
into checks. It's probably just a perpetual and not more, but still.
Yeah, but White is looking for.
What's looking for a win? Yeah, that's uncertain.
And if you try to trade off queens with queen to d3, because
Then
after all you do have
e6, yeah, e6
but
is
then
falling.
rook e8, and
No,
somehow
yeah, queen e3, queen e6, right? So
Yes.
he's gonna take it immediately again, like
Okay.
all the threats in the world.
Okay, so queen a6.
6, can you... Like queen g... no, queen g4. I keep blundering this queen f1.
I have
yeah.
an idea.
Yeah,
Rook to g, sorry, rook to b5.
rook to b5.
There you go.
Cutting the queen off.
Exactly.
Nice.
No check for you today.
Nice.
Yeah, but get ready after queen a1.
And then I go rook to b1.
Yeah, then you go rook to b1. Nicely
I'll go
done,
back.
Jovi. Nicely done.
Queen a6.
And rook to e1,
And
and,
then
you
rook
say,
e1,
aha, I got the rook in a nice on a
Yes.
nice square supporting the pawn, right?
And now e7.
And then bishop f2, e7, and then collect them pawns. Yeah, nicely done.
Nice, nice. Yeah, rook b5 is
Yeah, rook
very
b5.
interesting.
But I guess you could go queen a2.
a2. Mm.
And now there's no threat. Now the queen is offside. Now you can do your king to g3.
g3.
Your king, yeah. But then the queen snakes its way down to a1.
Yeah, but you still have this rook b1 again.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Rook to b5 was a nice try. Now I'm checking with the engine. I'm sorry to be a bore, but, you know, rook b5 apparently loses.
Loses too?
To one and only move, believe it or not, rook to f5 for whatever reason. I still don't know why it is strong. I suspect it's strong because if you go e7, rook g6 looks like, you know, a checkmate because you are clever enough to lift your rook to fifth rank. I think that's the reason why. Other than that, rook b5 would have won. Like, the very next line is +6 for white. So it's some accidental rook f5. And apparently the best move we have is the one we looked at initially, bishop f2, where white is better.
Okay, bishop f2. And then after...
Yeah, bishop f2, he can't do much but to take. So rook f2, king takes. We pretty much figured out the good line. Queen takes e6, and then I think, yeah, like rook takes somewhat better than queen takes.
Okay, rook d5, yeah?
Rook
Because you have
d5,
this
and
d8
this is, yeah,
idea.
this is like +3.
Okay. And he played it...
He played
bishop
bishop
f2.
f2. He played bishop f2. So the situation is such that Atiban is short on time.
Yeah.
So like 2 minutes. Barin still has 17. So that's one game in the top 20, I guess, which is still going on, and Vaishali is still playing.
Yeah, but she's in big trouble if you just...
Is she?
Oh, no.
Maybe not
Not much now.
more.
How did...
Hang on. We saw
Because
the-
when we saw
yeah,
it...
we saw this. And bishop takes, okay. Oh, didn't take on... I wonder why.
Ah, okay. Maybe after king f2.
Rook g5, I mean, would
Yeah,
be
but still, I mean,
would
you
be
have to
the
take
same, but
and then-
pawn up, right? No, I get it. Look, if you take on g3, king takes g3, and white ends up being your rook
I
up.
thought there was something that I missed.
Yeah.
Sure.
King g3, you take the king, I take the king. I'm a rook up, and I'm stopping your passport.
Bizarre.
So you can't take the...
So king d5, g4, bishop f6, rook e8. Yeah, I would rather have this position with the pawn up.
Yeah, well, there is an argument to having kind of white's bishop locked off the game on h5, but still, it's very kind of, it's quite unclear how on earth black is planning to win. d3?
And after...
Was it played or?
Yeah.
d3, and captures b2. Yeah, fair enough. So d3, king e3, he's gonna take on b2. He's going to take on a3, and we'll probably agree a draw nonetheless, right? King takes, yeah. Bishop a3, rook a8.
Well, we also have an update on the Adiban game. Aparin, obviously we know, we played bishop f2, but Adiban
Went with rook d8.
went rook to d8.
this must be winning.
Yeah, so again, be careful when you're playing with the king on open lines and open diagonals, because rook takes d5 would be a big mistake because of queen c6.
Queen c6 and everything
Pinning
is pinned.
and winning.
I'll be winning.
No, there's queen takes pawn check.
Yeah, there is a bit of problem with, yeah. Then could it be that rook d5 is actually a clever move? Yeah, because there is one problem with queen c6, which otherwise would be a brilliant pin.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook d5 could be.
Yes, this one. So
There is also one more thing. Can white play e7? Be my question. Because if he can, then it might as well end the game. Yeah.
e7.
Like if you start with e7.
So this sacrifice, I don't think it works here, because after takes, where does the king go? Anywhere, basically. Even here. Yeah, I don't see anything.
Oparin has played the move, and it
he's-
wasn't any of the two. He captured the c3 pawn,
Yep.
which is fair. So e6 pawn you can't touch. The c3 pawn, which was in some lines kind of threatening a bit, is gone. He's consolidating. I think he's just gonna win it by technical measures. Yeah, bring the rook to say f3.
Yeah, you could.
And then you go e7 and even.
I mean, could you even just put your queen on c5 and then just follow that up with rook a3?
Like Winnie did, yeah.
Yeah, that's possible too. Yeah, there's no...
No
I don't think there's no
counterplay,
way out
right?
for
There's no
black
counterplay, there is no nothing.
And Adiban ticking down to 1 minute on the clock. And
he played rook e8.
Yeah, other rook to e8. And then Chovi's queen c5 looks great.
e7 also looks great. I kind of like e7 first.
Yeah, like to make sure that...
Queen c5 comes with back rank mating ideas.
Yeah, like e7, if rook d7, then queen c5 also threatens queen check on the 8th rank.
Yeah.
Yeah. And rook a3, and after b6, there's like b6 still kind of keeps black alive for now, not for long, but
Okay, e7 played.
that's what he did. That's what he did. e7 is there, kind of a more precise way after rook d7.
Rook d6 is played.
Rook d6. Okay, yeah. It's kind of keeping in mind the idea of capturing the knight with a check.
Yeah, but could you kind of... It's very tempting to kind of either go queen to...
I like queen g4.
g4, that's what I was thinking. Threatening checkmate on
here.
c8.
Also protecting the knight.
I was also
Is there anything better?
kind of wondering about queen to g7.
Queen g7.
With the simple idea of queen
f7 or
f7,
or
queen
even
f8.
f8. Yeah.
I don't know, for whatever reason, I like queen g4 an awful lot. It's such a solid move to play. Queen g4 and then like c8 is threatened, and also rook f3, rook f8 finishes the game. Yeah, queen g7 might win as well, but when I see queen g4, like my brain stops and I say, yeah, like the king is safe, I have a pawn on e7, I will win this one.
And after rook c6, let's say? You have queen d7.
Queen d7.
Queen d7, rook f3 as well.
And we have a move.
Yeah, I think it's queen g4. No, the queen stays on d4.
The queen is on d4.
Is he going rook f?
Is it the king?
Rook f3 at
Rook
once,
F3.
yeah, which is pretty much same thing as... now, hang on a second. Is rook takes... a7 checkmate is still there, right? I thought like you take on g6 twice, king f1, you take the pawn, but then you are getting checkmate. It's too much for black to handle at the same time.
Yeah.
And you can see there from Adiban's expressions that he knows it is over. And now just over 1 minute on the clock to find a move.
What can be the move though?
A move, I don't know. Rook takes knight, just
lost.
Just to prolong the game for one more move. Have a Hail Mary pass.
B6. He's opted for this move, but Rook F8 and then
Rook F8 and then Queen H8.
And Queen H8, yeah.
Yep.
Although, hang on a second, you do still have Queen C8 and some check on G4.
Queen C8, and then you could be flashy. Take on E8, Queen H8, and resign after Rook takes G6 with a check. Which will be kind of extremely silly to do. Do we make it happen? Bishop G3. Let's play Bishop G. No, Bishop G3, Queen C2, King H3 though.
No, it's okay. Queen.
Yeah, like I mean, it's winning.
Queen C2, Rook F2 back.
King H3, King H3.
But don't give your opponent hope, Irene.
Yeah, that's I mean, why would you go back when you can go forward, right?
Rook F8 played.
Rook F8 is good, yeah.
And then Queen C8 forced.
Queen C8. You know what? You could take on E8 and then go Bishop G3.
Yeah, that's safer.
Take on E8, Queen E8, go Bishop G3.
And then Rook D7, I think it's forced.
Rook D7, and you go Queen F6.
Queen F6, yeah, and then
F6, and you're
one,
like totally
yeah.
dominating.
Yeah.
Queen F8 is like winning the next move.
Yeah, and Queen C8 is on the board right now.
So Rook F8, Queen C8, pretty much the only move. Truth being told, I think Queen H8 is winning as well.
But again,
but yeah, why would you
depriving your opponent of any hope? And there, they'll go Queen to G4 check, and the game will continue until.
Yeah, you don't do this. Yeah, I agree.
No.
You don't.
You just kill any counterplay where possible. So I like this. Rook takes Rook, Bishop G3, Queen
F6,
moves to F6.
Then
kind of slowly but surely.
Yep.
Right.
And the result will never be in doubt.
Yeah. Well, I think, tomorrow is round 8, but I think it's also a good time to update that round 9 is moved to 1 p.m.
This is important as well.
Important announcement.
It is definitely because also, the players are used to starting at 3 p.m. They have their routine set in place, and
we are used to start at 3 p.m. Forget the players.
No, we're early birds.
It's more like an announcement to Miro, actually.
Oh, thanks so much.
that the last round will start at 1.
Yeah, but okay, this is something. What is your opinion on this huge critical round starting maybe quite a few hours earlier? You see this in Olympiads as well, Every time you start at 3, and then the last round will be 10.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea, bad idea?
Bad idea, definitely. Now, for the Olympiads, when you have a free day and the silly party that everyone attends, and then technically an Olympiad is the tournament of the year, or 2 years, in fact, right, for most countries, right? And then last round you started in the early morning, moving around an hour early or 2 hours early because of the closing ceremony and so on.
Yeah. But there is.
It's understandable, but.
But in this event, the first prize will be determined by tiebreak.
Yeah,
that's why you need it. Yeah, that's why you need it.
Very likely when we see that there are already 6 players with 5.5 points. There's many more on 5 points.
Yeah, tiebreak is looking very, very likely.
So what do we think? 7.5 will probably win the clear
outright,
first.
Yeah.
If anyone scores 7.5. And 7 out of 9 might be a huge
At least two people.
I don't think it's going to be 2. I think it's going to be more.
Well, 7.5 out of 9 won Yu Yang Yi the first prize in 2014. And then 7 out of 9 was a tiebreak with him and Magnus. Maybe more, actually.
Yeah, I think it was more.
What I'm saying, this year, if it will be 7, it almost certainly will be more than 2 people.
Yep. Well, we are going to be looking at exciting times ahead. And, well, we are waiting for Oparin. Incidentally, he is the second of Fabiano Caruana.
Who just won the US Chess Champs yesterday.
That's right. Yeah, congratulations to him and Carissa Yip, who is a US Women's Champion for the second time. And, well, Oparin carefully thinking about how he can finish off this game without too much trouble. We spotted away. The rook takes rook. And then after queen takes rook,
he went queen a4.
Queen
and that's brilliant. That means you kind of see, you know, you see all the board, as they would like advise when you are young and in a Soviet kind of environment of learning chess, and you make a move, suggest a move, they say, no, look at all the board. Look at all the board. Because I was not looking at queen a4 at all. It seems to be a very good move.
But okay, rook c6
Rook
intercepts the
c6.
attack.
And you don't want to, you want to bluff your opponent by playing something like this, but don't get re-bluffed.
He's going to play bishop takes.
But rook here.
He's going to play bishop takes,
so
b6.
Take b6 immediately.
Rook c6, bishop b6 immediately.
Yes.
And then there's no check from g4 in any of these lines,
Unless
right?
you play rook c2 first. I don't
Rook
know.
c2, and then white blocks with the bishop, I suspect.
Yes. Yeah, I think just blocks it, and then there's no more check.
No check.
Takes on f2. You can actually take it back with the rook if you want to, yeah?
Yeah, you
And
probably.
still no more
What you probably do. Rook takes,
we just
rook
like-
takes.
But you can take it with the king as well. There's one check. Okay, rook takes c2 on the board.
Takes c2 on a board. There is no reason to look for other moves, I believe. Bishop f2 is kind of good enough.
Yes, and he did it.
Right, yep.
And
Bishop f2.
now white is threatening. Queen takes.
Queen a7, e8 is hanging, so we are pretty much any move that you play has to be a check, and you are running out of those checks
And rook
very
takes.
quickly. Rook f2.
And
Rook takes. No chance. No. One check, you know, is one check too much.
And now there you see it, the handshake. And that was indeed very exciting game between Oparin and Adiban. We just got a glimpse into, well, the final portion of it, but it's well worth a playthrough. And what a day of chess we've seen so far. We saw 2 miniatures very early on. And we also saw a sensational result at the top with Magnus Carlsen, Karthikeyan, and so many fighting draws, so many missed opportunities.
Yeah, well, honestly, now that I'm looking at the top 10 results, so the only draw, which was kind of a fair square draw, was Pranav against Abdusatorov. Because those 3 draws at the very top all could have been decided at some point.
Yeah. And we can see the playing arena. Well, only a few games are left. And you have to remember, this is one of the world's strongest and biggest opens. And, well, we started with 79 boards playing. We were focusing on just the top 10. And here are some of the big results. Magnus Carlsen losing with the white pieces against Karthikeyan, and Max Sudlu holding Nakamura to a draw. But that game was wild, and between the 4 leaders, well, they maintained the balance by just sharing the points peacefully. They are now in the lead, and all of this means that there are now 6 players at the top of the table with 5.5 points.
Yeah, and if today we saw on board 8 and 9 there were miniatures, tomorrow I'm going to expect more than that. Because look, last 2 rounds of the tournament, players are going to feel the fatigue of the event, you know. And just like today, we saw how Jordan Van Voorest just completely missed the tactical sequence by Kaidanov. And also, Shimanov's game, he played an almost perfect game against Fedosiev, but it's also showing that these players are getting tired and blunders are going to happen on the board.
Yeah, and also fabulous game from Paravayan, who defeated Gukash. what? I've been saying this so
What a
many
day.
times. What a day. What a day. But it
What a day.
has
And what a
taken
note, Jovi, to finish it off.
I know. And it's really taken my breath away. And well, we are going to say goodbye for the day. And we're going to say thank you, everyone, for watching at home. And, well, before we leave entirely, please enjoy an interview with Hikaru Nakamura and also an interview with Karthikeyan, who, of course, just beat Magnus Carlsen. So we will see you all back in the booth, same time, same place. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Hikaru Nakamura here with us after the draw against Parham. Hikaru, that was so crazy game. Please tell us what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think crazy is a nice way of putting it. I played the opening very badly. I mean, essentially what happened is when Parham played A3, I hadn't looked at this in quite a while. And then he did this, and I knew the C4 was wrong. Then I thought for another 15 minutes. I didn't see that it was losing, and I played it anyway, which of course was a very bad decision. I don't know how winning it was for him. There was maybe one moment that he had this Queen D1 move, as we were discussing after the game, after this ED5 Bishop F5 instead of G4. Maybe that's winning. I mean, I think it's probably quite good for White, but other than that, I'm not sure that he had a clean way to win. And I think once he was up to 2 pawns, but he has 2 double pawns on the F file and the D file. Practically speaking, it's very hard to win, because I think psychologically you expect to win sooner. Like, it feels like the position has to be winning, and then you end up in this situation. And as soon as he blundered this D6, Bishop D6, F6, Bishop E5 move, I think after that, I mean, maybe I was still in a little bit of trouble, but a draw was always the most likely outcome. So obviously I escaped to some degree. You know, it is what it is.
Are you happy in the end to make a draw in that position?
Well, I mean, I think I'm unhappy that I got this pairing in the situation after a draw yesterday. To basically go from playing a player who's a little bit weaker to playing a much stronger player after a draw is not ideal, certainly. I mean, I think, you know, it all depends on the situation, but the fact that I was in a lot of trouble in this game of draws is a very good result.
All right. And now we have so many draws on almost all the boards. Perhaps that's the normal thing, right? That's a tournament is getting towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why you always want to be at the top, though, because then when you draw the games and everyone's trying behind you, everyone's still chasing you. So, I mean, it's much easier when you're at the very top, because the draws don't matter as much. But I think, you know, at the end of the day, I'm just trying to play interesting games, and if the results, you know, if the games end up being draws, that's how it goes, and I can't complain too much. All the players at this point are very strong that I'm going to compete against.
Right. All right. Last games ahead of you. Best of the luck.
Thank you.
Parham here with us after round 7. He is one of the leaders at Qatar Masters. Parham, we interviewed Hikaru. Now we need to know your side of the story. How was the game?
Okay, it was a very interesting game. I out-prepared him very nicely in my mind, because he was not ready for this move A3 at all. And I knew that the kind of players like Hikaru, they don't like to play this positional setup with knight c6, e3, and then c4, bishop f6, queen f6, some g3. They don't like to play like this. So I understood that it's a very tricky move order to start with a3, and then suddenly he was in huge trouble. Okay, he thought for a long time and played c4, which I knew that c4 is a huge mistake in this position, and engine shows already +1 or even more. But I didn't remember how exactly get this advantage, but I think I played correctly. Somehow I was remembering that bishop f6 has to be the move, and after queen f6, queen a4 was very logical. If knight c6 or knight d7, anyway, I go knight e5, and okay, he played knight d7, knight e5 here, knight d5 is coming, e4 is coming, everything is coming with tempo. So I played very logical till this moment, and I think I'm absolutely winning, or maybe close to winning. Yeah, I'm just upset because at one moment I played g4, which was just very attractive move. Like it's like kids go for these moves because it's just funny move. But I could calm down a bit and just play queen d1. I think it was a very nice move, and I think it was a very clean move to have a big advantage in this position. I immediately saw this move after g4, and And then I think I didn't stand up from my board after G4 because I knew that the position is getting very difficult. And okay, I have a huge respect for Hikaru. I think when he gets some chances, he will use it for sure. So I understood that I lost my advantage and we made draw.
That was a very interesting game indeed, and here all these games are so good for you. You have very good advantage, very good, pleasant position. Yes. What is happening? You're such a good shape.
Yeah, I think in chess, it's the most important thing is to play your best, to show your best, and the results will come anyway. Like maybe not in this tournament or next tournament, but it will come in like 5 years or 10 years. So I don't really care about not winning. Okay, I care, but not so much. Not winning Hikaru is not a disaster, and I was winning, I guess, but. Okay, he defended very well, and I think I played good chess in general. And we have 2 games. I try to be my best and get some good results also.
All right, best of the luck for the last 2 rounds.
Thank you so much, and I hope it will be interesting games and exciting. For other
we hope
players
so
also.
too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Muradli here with us. He just beat Magnus Carlsen in the round 7 at Qatar Masters. Tell us about the game.
Yeah, it was very exciting playing Magnus for the first time. I never played in any format, so it was just exciting game. I think he had a very good edge in the opening, but it was quite unclear. My approach was that I just have to complicate matters. You know, we all know Magnus' style; he likes to grind. So I thought I'll complicate the position and then go from there. It was equal. I think he had many chances to, go for equality, but I had very less time, so I think he wanted to play for more, but it got backfired.
And in the end, he resigned in a position that many of the players would continue to play. Tell us why he resigned.
No, I think actually it was already lost. I mean, at the end, he played King D1, which was, I feel like, it was not tenacious. I thought he can play Rook B8 there. But anyway, it was still lost after Bishop E3. So I think anyway it was lost after when I played Knight C5. So I think even before that he had to do something else. Like for example, when he took Bishop H6, maybe he should have just played Knight F6. So he saw it, of course, but he thought it's just a draw. Yeah? So he played for one, and it was just completely collapsed. I think instead of Bishop H6, I could have just played Knight F6. So I was calculating that Knight F6, take on C6 and take on F7 and Rook E4. I mean, we both saw this, but okay, it was just equal position, and he wanted to play for more since there was less time for me. So yeah, it's just how to say, it's just a gamble. That's it. Yeah.
You have played a lot of moves on seconds.
Yeah.
How are you managing to make all these good moves when you have just few seconds on the clock?
I mean, like, okay, I just have to, I should not blunder. That's it. That's what I was thinking during the game. Playing Magnus, I thought, okay, I should just keep my pieces protected and, don't make any blunders. So, I mean, in the opening, I took more time when I played long cases because it was a huge decision. So, I think, like, I took around 25 minutes. So, that was maybe bad. I did the same yesterday with Param, but okay, in the end it paid off.
You have joined now the big group of the leaders. Have you actually thought about this during the game while you had better position?
No, I just want to play a good game today, like I did yesterday and also before games. So I didn't really think of winning today. I just thought I will play my best, and whatever result comes, I will accept it.
Best of the luck for the last 2 games.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A world full of innovation, there remains one timeless world. A world that hasn't changed for more than 1,000 years. A world with devoted traditions, just like Qatar's traditions. Qatar stands as a notable example of blending traditions with modernity, much like chess. Join us in Qatar Master Open 2023, where you will witness the best chess players go head-to-head in a tactical battle. If you wish to succeed, you must brave the risk of failure.